drainage board.
Oh, yes.
Advisory.
What?
On the advisory.
All rise. Representative McCarthy. I apologize.
Yes, that's right. Oh,
Good morning.
Sir?
God. Come on.
How many terms have you served?
Good morning.
Too many.
Morning.
Yes, well, good morning, 20 years, but 9 terms.
Just wonderful.
One term
I
I
conquered 5 days and here
by the
on Saturday.
Tea Party, tsunami.
Yeah.
We thank you for your service. That was the year.
Thank you.
No, it was
Yeah.
it was,
Well, yeah, you're paying for it.
Yes,
I can't hardly afford it.
You served 9 terms?
yes.
All right. 5. Maybe. I thought Tom had beat. All right, we can get started. We have a quorum present. Representative Bucco, you want to lead us off?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I've been asked to go out of order because there's some people that need to leave early or have other arrangements. So we'll start with corrections.
Mr. Chairman,
Corrections.
it appears that you guys are muted.
It would appear that Representative Brown is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the agenda that I gave you this morning is the order that they can go, with corrections being second, if that's...
Oh, okay, so you're not up. So this is the order you wanted, this is the order that we've been asked to do it in?
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't clear.
You guys like me.
County Attorney Black.
I don't want to shout at her.
On that side?
Yeah, we don't need to shout. Well, okay.
One more.
He wants to get your good side on the camera.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Oh, that's not.
So talk to us a little bit about your new position and your budget. Quickly, just the overview.
Sure. So new position was the deputy county attorney was appointed as county attorney in October, just in time for budget season. Luckily, prior to her departure, Michaela did some work on the budget and worked with Bonnie on the budget. And then it was up to me to review it and approve it after she had gone over it with Michaela as well. So the proposed budget for the Carroll County Attorney's Office is $1,340,662.67. That is an increase over last year's budget. 100% of the increase is due to salary and benefit increases. We're not asking for anything additional. Additionally, we made some reductions in some areas to offset some of the increases in the salary and benefits as well.
And you're fully staffed at this point?
We are still one down at this point.
Any questions for the county attorney?
Just to go over the
Representative
number. Thank you, folks. 1,391,000, is that what you just said?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at a different sheet. I had 1,340,000, but I believe it was, this does not include the, what was it that we had, the heating, electricity. Mine does not include that.
Okay,
That
so-
one does.
So it is 1,391,342.39, as is on your sheet.
Okay, so we're still putting in more of the utilities into the correct department.
Correct.
Yeah, I apologize. Mine doesn't reflect that because I didn't know what the numbers were.
Right. There's a program ending, Felonies First.
Yes.
And when we first created that, we were asked to fund a position for
Yes.
it. Where are you with that? When does that end?
So, when does felonies first end?
Correct.
So felonies first was repealed on the 1st of January of 2024. So we're actually past the repeal of felonies first.
Okay. Then you're still looking to keep that position, or?
Yes, we are. So there have been some sort of issues that are still stemming from the COVID pandemic with court backlogs. So we still are, like this year, for example, we still filed 348 cases in 2023 through the Superior Court. We don't have the ability to get through all 348 in 1 year. So there's rollover. That rollover was sort of doubled down in 2020 when the court system shut down for 9 months. So everything that happened in 2019 and 2020 rolled into 2021. Unfortunately, there was not a plan put in place when the government turned back on and we started having court hearings of how we were going to get through that backlog quickly. So the backlog is still sort of looming in the background and new cases are still coming in. So at this point, I feel that that position is still necessary to both get through the backlog and deal with the changes that are coming from the repeal of felonies first. Because it was no longer just a straight repeal of felonies first. It was a repeal of felonies first to go back to the old system while keeping things that the legislature liked from felonies first in the system as well. So there's not really going to be a reduction in work for the attorneys in the office.
So you're asking us to keep it for 1 more year?
Yes.
And we will reevaluate it next year?
Yes,
And that's your recommendation?
that's my recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Representative McConkey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up, and perhaps I missed part of it when you were speaking. So you're down 1 position, but you're holding on to your felony first person that's handling that backlog of cases. Is that person qualified when that finally finishes, that could fill that open position you have?
Well, so I was the felonies first person. So that was how I got my job here in Carroll County, was when that extra position was added to the office to help deal with sort of the influx of cases that were going to come in through felonies first. That was my position. It had since 2017 just been absorbed as a position in the office. Nobody is a dedicated felonies first attorney. Felonies first is not really a program per se. It was just the name of the court's sort of legislative proposal to have felony level cases initiated in Superior Court. They've now gone back and said, we don't want felony level cases initiated in the Superior Court, we want them initiated in the district courts. That has created its own sort of set of issues with the way that the rules have come out and changes to the statutes were made. There is a little bit of, I will assume there will be some litigation on who can actually initiate the cases in district court. Based on how the rules and the statutes are written, it looks like it's going to have to be a person from my office that has to do that. Prior to felonies first, that was not how the rules were interpreted. They were allowing police prosecutors to do the initiation of arraignments, bail hearings, and probable cause hearings. Based on the new rewrite of the rules, it doesn't appear that that's going to be the case.
So it's fair to assume that, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So it's fair to assume that vacancy in the end of this program will be one and the same person, so you're telling me there's no special qualifications?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Comeau?
How long has that position been vacant?
My position has been...
Oh, because it was your,
me.
yeah,
It was
right,
me when I
gotcha. Okay,
switched over.
switched over, yeah, right, gotcha.
Do you see, within the next year, of the need to change the staffing requirements in your office with the elimination of the felonies first and the subsequent legislative activity that will probably be happening because of that?
No, I don't foresee a change in staffing right now. I know that I am trying to get the office to a place where caseloads are a little more manageable for the attorneys. That sort of, again, going back to the backlog cases cases continue to come in. Each of the attorneys in the office, with the exception of me's caseload is probably higher than what it should be to try and offset that backlog. Mine just isn't high because I haven't been able to take on too many new cases since becoming a county attorney. Once everything sort of evens out, to add a few more to my plate, but so I don't necessarily see a need in changing the staffing in the office at this point, but this being the first year of the repeal of felonies first, it will be an opportunity for me to sort of see what is going on and make recommendations going forward.
I look forward to those. Any further discussion on the county attorney? Representative McConkey.
Thank you, and perhaps you're not the right person to ask this. We're sitting in this room because our old delegation room was repurposed for your department. How did that get refurbished? Where'd the money come from that, or was that a year past budget? Can you tell me what the room turned into?
Sure, the room is being used by our victim witness services department. It's both their offices and a meeting area to consult with victims of crime.
So having not been there, you had the same entryway, you walk into a large room and then petition back for the office? Is
Yes.
that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You just moved them from across the hall into our old room.
Yeah, so the victim witness coordinators moved from their offices that were in the hall into the old delegation room with partitioned offices, and then attorneys have moved into their offices. Two of the senior attorneys have moved into their offices in the hall, as well as an investigator.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve? Representative Bucco.
I move that we approve the budget of $1,391,342.
39.
39.39. Sorry.
Second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, at your convenience.
Thank you. Motion made to approve the county attorney's budget. Motion made by Bucco, seconded by Cordelli. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Burrows?
Hudson.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
passes unanimous, 4 approved.
Thank you. Victim services?
Yes.
166995.80.
Second page.
Nope, there it is. Thank you.
So we expanded that office. There was going to be some additional grant money coming in. I don't think that has happened since we've done that. Are you looking to do that this year?
The grant money?
Grant
yes.
money.
Yeah, we're in the process of going through the book of grant.
Is it going to be more in line of having 2 people there instead of 1, or is it still going to be the same amount?
It's actually probably, the grant amount is going to be less than previous years. It looks like, at least from what I've seen, they're starting to withdraw funds from the VOCA grant, so they're doling out less and less from that grant. So the grant is still situated for 1 person instead of 2.
Okay. And that office still needs to be staffed at the same level?
It does.
Representative Cordelli.
Could you go over the staffing, because I see a director and an associate.
Yes.
There's
So
two.
there's two individuals in the victim witness department. We have one who serves as the director and one who serves as an associate. Both of them conduct all of the meetings, telephone calls, conferences with victims, get their input for the attorneys while we're negotiating pleas or deciding whether or not we're going to move forward with trial. Their caseloads are split between both Superior Court felony level cases as well as the domestic violence district court cases as well. So once we took on that level of prosecution, the domestic violence district court cases, those tend to be moved through the system a little bit quicker. But it's still, a lot of them, all of them have to do with victim contact and conversations with victims. So.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just looking at the 009 line for the associate budget in 2023 versus the proposed for 24. Seems to be a $15,000 increase, approximately.
Yes, some of that was, I believe, to offset the reduction from the VOCA grant that was coming in. I believe right now it's a $4,000 reduction
Yeah,
from the VOCA grant.
32.5 to 28.5.
But we weren't sure exactly at the time we were doing the budget what that reduction was going to be, but we had known that it was going to be reduced.
Could you repeat the reduction again? Because the increase looks to be $15,000.
It was originally, the grant runs from July 1st to June 30th, so our current grant is 32.5 a year.
Okay.
And it is being decreased effective July 1st to 28.5, so $4,000.
Okay.
So that still leaves a balance of 11,000. Is that just through
Yeah.
salary increases, or is that
Yes.
through sharing other positions and other?
I'm going to look at the cable.
There seems to be a large discrepancy between the director and associate of $33,000.
Yes.
Because the director's salary is the salary that is split with the grant.
Any other grants you can think of that we should be going after, given the
Who's the administrator?
type of?
What do you need help with?
I have a question, smelling something over here, I can talk to somebody?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you have any other grant avenues for, especially for domestic violence, that we could look at?
We are looking into some grants. We haven't located one that we think necessarily that we qualify for, but I do try and keep my eyes open for ones that I think we would qualify for.
Okay.
You know, if I can find somebody else to fund things.
Now you're talking my language. All right, 166,995.80 is the requested and approved from the commissioners. Do we have a motion?
Move that amount.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Bucco. Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Victim witness, motion made by Cordelli, second by Bucco, for the amount previously disclosed. McConkey, yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
4-0 unanimous.
Thank you. We do have one more for you, I think, for the county attorney. When you guys have to go out and certify deaths, we have to,
Yes.
that's another part of the budget.
Mr. Chairman, those are all consolidated in 2023. It's in the, yep. We went from 6 or 7 county attorney budgets to 2.
So death is taken care of now.
Ooh, that is so nice. Any county attorney income, we usually have a little line somewhere for you. Or is that
I believe that was in
just put into general?
23.
It was for the diversion program?
Yeah, there is a line that's our.
It's not part of the general fund budget, it's part of the grant income budget. Now it's been moved because it's restricted funds. So it's not in here anymore.
Okay. That's fantastic.
And it was only, I think, $7,000, something like that. But yes.
Yeah, I remember it was something
Yeah.
on the smaller side. Guess that's it.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
gentlemen.
for coming in on a Saturday for us.
Not a problem.
Mr. Superintendent, you're up next. Correction. All right, give us a quick overview of your budget, sir. And some savings.
Fortunately, it increased. Last year's was at $5,223,190. I'm sorry, 150. Apparently I need stronger glasses. The 2024 proposed budget currently is at $5,537,707.68. The reason for that the base roughly $315,000 increase is absorbed over two lines. One's in mental health. There's a $27,000 increase there due to we're no longer having our mental health grant, so now we need to pay for our full mental health services. Started in 2024, it was a 3-year grant. And then the other 300,000, roughly shy of 300,000, is the increased cost with a new contract with Prime Care Medical. We also is our medical provider with Prime Care Medical Services. It was originally a 3-year contract. That contract will set to expire this May. It will be going into a new 3-year contract. They've increased their cost across the board. Big part is staffing and maintaining what they have staff, the cost for that. Everybody, everybody got basically, increasing the rates of pay so they could retain the staff they currently have and also try to hire staff. So that's really the overall, the largest increases that you would see within the budget was within those two lines, our medical line and our mental health line. Did try to cut where I could in the other lines to try to keep the increase down as much as we could and still be able to maintain a safe environment in the standard, So overall, it increases our budget by 5.4%.
Question.
Representative Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what you're talking about here is line .25 medical services,
Yes, sir.
and the total is 1,050,000, 1,050,000, right?
Yes, sir.
I need glasses too. These are the ones. Thank you, but, follow-up?
Sure.
I'm asking that because I had that marked because I didn't know what medical services was. That's the medical insurance.
No, medical services is the all medical care provided by an outside agency, Prime Care Medical Services, provided to our inmate population. So physicals, nurses, medications, all hospital visits, a combination of things. All medical services provided to our inmate population.
This all goes to the inmate population,
Yep.
$1 million. I had one other question, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly.
At the beginning of, administrative salaries
Yes, sir.
and salaries.
Yep.
How many people are involved in, are paid out of these two lines?
Administrative salaries, there's the 4 administration rank is myself, deputy superintendent, captain, lieutenant. And then I have my case manager, program director, and my administrative assistant. So there's 7 of us that are out of that line.
Out of both lines?
No, excuse me, out of just the administrative salary line, the
Oh,
007.
Okay. And
And then the salary line's 009, and also my maintenance, my maintenance person is also out of the administrative 007 line. I apologize, so there's 8 of us. And then our salary line's the 009, that's all our union positions, staff members. So there's 30.
Oh, wow, 30. Is that to staff all 24 hours?
Yes. Yeah, they're officers from rank of officers up to sergeants. All hourly paid union members.
Thank you. Oh, let me make sure I got the right numbers here.
And that was the 009 salary line.
Right, but the final dollar amount here says $1,749,997.17. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Not sure, okay.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Representative Cordell?
Thank you. The population currently is,
This morning was 47.
Wow.
Representative McConkey?
Thank you. Following up on the representative's question, that'd be what percentage of capacity, ballpark?
Max out at 127, so just shy of 50%.
Yep, that's fine, thank you. Outside Carroll County residents or federal compared to your population that's Carroll County?
Roughly 36 of those are Carroll County, the rest are outside.
And if I remember right, you make more money with outside residents?
Depends on what facility, whether it's the Women's State Prison or the Rockingham County. Currently have a contract with Rockingham County. It's, I believe it's $55.50 a day, and state prison I believe is $58 now per day is what they pay per inmate.
So on a cash flow basis, we winning or losing with those residents?
Well,
Yeah.
That's a good question.
it's very, very difficult to try to actually put a dollar amount to what it costs to house an inmate per day, because there's a lot of variables that come. Some inmates just come in and they're not there for the full 24 hours. They're there for 6 or 8 hours on a protected custody hold, and then they leave. So if you're trying to base it off number of bookings. Overall, everybody always threw out a number that roughly was $98 per day per inmate. That's everybody kind of throws out for a rough number, but it's not an exact number. Because, like I said, because there's so many variables, because not everybody's there and staying there for 24 hours.
Well, yes. Tell me about the exterior maintenance of the building. I understand there's a roof issue, but...
Yes, and
then I have a second question for you.
Yep, we have, we've put some money into a capital project, a capital line for a new roof. It's been leaking for, from what I'm told, better than 10 years. That's what's been reported to me. We have a lot of issues. I know we have been, Bob's not here right now, but.
That building's new.
The building was built in 2004, not went into operation in 2004, 2005. But from what I understand, what was reported to me is this has been leaking for well over 10 years. There is.
If I could.
Yep.
So, other than internally, were we aware of that? Was the administration aware of leaking? Have we been putting money right into it regularly?
From what I understand, they've been having people come and trying to patch here, patch there, Band-Aid fix it for a lot of years. I can tell you they were here 3 times in 2023 patching my roof from August, November, and then August, October, and November, because we just got that bill that we had to process.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem.
If I could, and I think I'm at the end of my run. So the building's roughly 20 years old. We're putting a new roof on it at a great expense. I can understand that. The exterior of that building, as I drive by, looks like I believe it was a modular construction, at least the exterior of it was. And we're finding on state buildings of that age and older that if we're not taking care of the exterior, power washing and applying new, for ease of terms, mortar between panels and things. As I drive by yesterday taking a look, it looks like our exterior's in pretty rough shape also. Is there a routine maintenance? Is there prescribed maintenance every 2 years, 5 years for any of that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. Now, is there some areas that could be in need of attention? Yes, there is, because I do perimeters checks on that regularly, monthly, if not 2-3 times a month. But
I'm not saying that this is an issue.
Yeah.
I think this is an issue that we, as the county, have to be looking at, especially after long periods of time where all that snow falls on the front and it's all leaning against your building.
Yeah, and from, I guess, some years past, there was an area where the wall was pulling away, which I believe that was correct.
That's probably not a good idea.
Apparently that was corrected. That was well prior to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pleasure.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative
Mr.
Brown?
Chairman? Thank you. I just have a quick question. Is there a detailed report on a roofing inspector or engineer that indicates what the extent of that is? I know we spoke about that once before, but I'd just like to take a look at that if we get a chance.
There, if I may.
Please.
There's a gentleman that showed up roughly a week and a half, 2 weeks ago to come in to look at it, our plans, all that, and he was supposed to be sending us an estimate. So there is a company that we have asked to come in and give us an estimate of what it's going to cost to replace the roof. So we don't currently have that yet.
Thank you for that. Will be forthcoming.
Well, thank you.
Welcome.
Well,
Go ahead, Tom. Representative.
we have an 1.2 million, we have a quote here from 1.2 million for this roof. Is that,
That's what is, the company that, the way it was reported to me, the company that has been come up there patching, they did a quote of what it would recommend is 1.2 million, and that was what was reported.
so this is just giving us a ballpark?
Yeah.
But this will be put on the
Excuse me.
RFP and go through the whole
Yeah,
process of.
yeah, Bob will be handling all that, maintenance, our maintenance person, county maintenance person. Also in that, if you don't mind, while we're in that line of the capital project, is
Certainly, we can go to
the
that.
jail Sallyport doors is 18,200 that was set in there. However, we were able to encumber those funds out of 2023. So we've already actually purchased the doors, we're just waiting for the material to come in, but all the money's been set aside and come out of 2023. But what I am requesting, and I already requested this with the commissioners, and they stated they're okay with it, and as long as you're blessing as well, is if we could just reallocate those funds, that 18,200, into my 081 maintenance line, because equipment, pumps, stuff like that, in the last 30 days, I'm just shy of, well, I'm $17,000, $1,800 already spent within the first month of my 081 maintenance line, because I have bearings going in a couple of different pumps, some work to our fire system. So I'm requesting if we just, it won't change the bottom line budget line, because the money is, those capital projects funds were already put forward. I'm just looking to see if I could request reallocating those out of the capital project and absorbing them into my 081 line, because basically I roughly already spent 20,000. If that's not too much to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that, so Sallyport doors are, for all purposes, a more secure garage door up and down.
Yes.
Vehicle comes in, close, guests enter, exit, so forth. And you're in a secure facility, so that makes things difficult for maintenance, and I don't know, we have Bob on this great big schedule with the county. Can I feel assured that we have, I know I met maintenance personnel in the past that are very, very talented for your facility. Can I be assured that there's a regular schedule of maintenance, that we're looking at each and every one of these things? I bring it to the point where we had generators out here by all different departments, and things were lacking behind, and then that came under control of just one person. Are you satisfied with these? And I know you have a tremendous burden of work to do. Are you satisfied with life expectancy of systems in your facility? Would you like to have some assistance in looking into that? It just seems, 20 years and $1 million roof and so forth. I'm just wondering how can we help you, which will help us?
Well, speaking in regards to the Sallyport doors first, we do have a maintenance person that does PM maintenance. Now, I don't know how old the Sallyport doors were prior to me, but they do get open and close, weather conditions, salt and sanding, whatever, they deteriorate over time. It's equipment that's getting used. So on that end, quite comfortable. I mean, the roof, that is a very large project, and the concern after that too is what kind of damage is underneath them, all the years of leaking cosmetically. So is there added cost there? We don't know. We won't know until we have somebody come in and assess that. I can tell you, looking at ceiling tiles and stuff like that, there's a lot of damage, you know. But
But it's all hidden.
Okay, we'll discuss as a delegation. Thank you.
So you want 097 to be $18,000 less on 4901,
hold on a second,
page 12. Is that where we are, Bonnie?
Yep, that's correct. So the new capital for jail will be 70,000.
I don't have it as page 12, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And then, would you like the new corrections budget number with that 18.2 added in?
Yes.
Okay. 5,555,907.68.
Could you show once more?
5,555,907.68.
And the remainder of that 70,000 is for which projects, or is that?
It is for, do you want to talk to that? Sean, sorry.
Well, again, I think it was more of an estimate, a guess number, that possibly repairs of water damage, that's once the remove is done. That was a dollar amount that was provided to us at the end of the day. I can't tell you where that number comes from, other than an individual saying, I'm guessing this much, to be 100% honest with
So this is just basically for, 70,000 is for roof repair?
you. Yep. I have nothing documented saying that's an estimate or anything like that.
Okay. I think I see that. Somewhere else. Representative Cordelli, excuse me.
Thank you. The 47 inmates, how has that number fluctuated during the course of the year? Is that, up, down? Is that
Right now-
similar to 2023?
Right now, this time last year, we're about 3 inmates difference. We were much higher in 2023. We actually have an average daily population of 61. So 2023 was actually busier, I guess you could say. We normally, on our normal average, is roughly 57.5 is what our usually daily average is. But with felony first going away, I am anticipating numbers going up a little bit. All county superintendents are even going that direction. Not a lot, maybe 4 or 5. Some facilities, maybe, the bigger facilities, maybe more.
Maybe, so, I'm sorry,
Sure.
thank you. Breakdown of, you said 36 are county,
You won't be 100%, but I believe it was
Something,
36
yeah,
from Carroll
right.
County, and the rest were primarily
Right.
Rock, and there's 9 from Rock and 2 from Stratford. There's currently none from the Women's State Prison currently with us.
no one.
No one at this time.
Okay.
There was in 2024, which I have
Okay.
revenues for those, for the 2023 years, if you would like those numbers.
And Stratford contract is the same as Rockingham?
No, it is not. Stratford County is a flat $30.
Wow.
There is no current contract directly with them. They pay for all the medical and all that.
Right, so that.
That does not come out of our medical costs. Same thing with Rockingham, actually.
So they reimburse?
Yes.
The
Well,
contracted
Yep.
vendor directly?
Yep, actually, they get billed directly through them.
Perfect.
I can't stay at a motel for that.
No.
Third.
No. 4721-23, interest expense, it says new corrections roof, 55,562. What is that for?
Well, I took the 1.2 million that they estimated for the roof, and I put it out to bid for a lease, and came up with 10-year lease pricing, and that's the principal and interest in the first year. It is. Well, it is.
So 55,000 would be the first payment?
That's the interest portion, the principal above. So there's a principal line too, 4711,
Gotcha.
okay, of 94,000.
That's a better number.
Yes.
But that is a guesstimate?
Totally.
What we just got for, instead of, have you looked at, with your indulgence, Mr. Superintendent? Did you look at bonding? Did we look at other avenues for,
I haven't looked at bonding, but I will once we have a good number. I just put it in there for a benchmark because we really didn't have any specific information, and it was hard to even get that quote because we were just guessing at that point, which is the reason that the consultant for the roof was hired and sanctioned by the commissioners so that we could get somebody in there to give us a good price.
Do we have any idea when we might get that good price?
Again, the gentleman was there roughly a week and a half ago. I don't have a time yet. Bob, so you reports directly to Bob, so Bob may have it sooner than I'll know. I'm assuming he's directly going to send it directly to Bob.
Representative McConkey?
And I believe you've already said this. Is this someone different than the person that's been making repairs over the course of 10 years?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I may add, it took quite a while to get someone to come here, so I don't foresee this being a quick process.
No, for some reason, there is not a large, a lot of individuals out there that want to come do this roof for some reason. I've reached out to other companies going, well, maybe this company's not patching properly, I don't know. So I've reached out myself to other people. It's like you get ghosted. I don't know why.
So it could be that we don't even get to do this year.
It could be. Hopefully not the case, because I'm concerned with what's in, interior that
I have a lot of
that we
concerns.
can't see.
Representative McConkey?
Apparently, we haven't been overly concerned for a number of years. And now the damage has gotten to a point that it's more visible and an issue. I go back to, I think we need some more oversight of our facilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This gentleman has a lot on his plate without that.
Right. So so back to the interest and the payment, that's for a full year if we started January 1?
Correct.
So there's a lot of movement in that number?
Well, the way the lease, if we go a lease, it's one payment per year, so that would be the first annual payment.
Okay, just want to make sure, and if we bonded it, it would be not?
It would still probably be an annual payment of principal and semi-annual with interest.
Okay. February, I really want to drag this into March.
I was going to ask you what you're going to do, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Is this part of this project that we could fund out of our surplus? That's when we know what the numbers are.
I would think,
Or you can adjust it, approve it now, and then adjust it.
We do supplemental based on the new.
could, I try not to do that
I
because
know.
it's a lot of work for
Right.
us.
Yep.
I also don't want to leave it in there because if it's not enough, then we have to come back anyways, and if it's too much, we're over budgeting.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom, any ideas?
Well, we have to fund the corrections for this year and then deal with the roof when we get real numbers.
Could we ask Mr. Murray when he returns if he has any updates?
Sure, why don't we're not holding on to the superintendent.
Right.
All right, let's get back to his budget. Okay, we'll be on track. I apologize. 555907.68 is the new number for his budget, and to make the adjustment to line 081 for 18,000 more, which would bring it to 58,000.
58,200.
200. Okay? So the motion is to change that line and then to approve the bottom line number of 555,907.68.
Moved by McConkey,
Second.
Any
Cordelli.
further discussion? The only question I have is how's that contract medical services working out?
It's working out very well. Had a couple little hiccups, but we've worked through them. But other than that, it's been working out very well. It's been very nice not to have to worry about trying to staff that on top of each other.
I was gonna say, that was quite a while we were going back and
Yeah.
forth with trying to staff
It
and
was very,
medical
very tough.
doctors and all that.
And not only that, superintendent making medical decisions, which, you know,
I like it.
Okay,
Motion's been made and seconded, Mr. Clerk?
McConkey, yes. Cordelli.
Yes.
Bucco.
Yes.
Avalon.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4-0.
And we have one more piece of yours, Mr. Superintendent?
that's the revenues.
Revenues, yes?
For the entire 2023 year, we had a total of, with the, again, housing outside residents, we made a total of $247,906.66. That was the grand total for the entire year. We also made, included in that, we made roughly $300 in our video visitation systems, of revenues, which is included in that $247,906.66.
Do you have an end of year number?
That is the end of the year number.
246 is the
If
end
you'd
of
like
year
a
number?
copy of this, you can have it.
Yeah.
No.
You can have a copy if you like.
I just want to make sure we're working with the right numbers. 247,906?
Yeah.
Is there any reason?
Let me just, hold on.
Yep.
Actually, I have 249,568 as of
Okay.
last Thursday.
So we can bring that number up on the revenues?
That's right, December wasn't added in here.
Given the end of year, because I know you guys work from September, we have it set at 181. Any reason we can't raise that to?
I'd be cautioned on that because I'm not anticipating getting females from the Women's State Prison this year. We get them normally when they're going to be doing our trust program, which is a 90-day program, and I can't, I'm
Is
away.
that SBW?
Yeah, the NHSPW, yeah. Excuse me.
So that's 15,000, so we can go to 230, 220,
200?
200,
I would go 200 if we were to increase it.
210?
I would be.
A little bit more.
We're at an
210
auction.
is only 19,
We're at an
200 is
auction.
only $19,000.
Yeah, we will do our best for the,
What's the
210?
new number? What'd you
210?
what'd you
210.
call? 210?
Yeah, because you had 15 from
yeah.
the
Representative,
That's 29,000.
SBW.
Just patrol the streets a little, the sheriff's department.
Okay, so that brings the new revenue number to 216,000.
Sounds good to me.
Further questions or make a motion, sir?
I have a couple questions, if you guys want to indulge me. The commissary profits, those are going away, or is that,
those are not our revenue, those commissary profits, or we can't make profits off of inmates' commissary funds.
Correct.
So we have to represent the line still. That money stays there for commissary, for use for purchasing, like DirecTV, the TV for the inmates, so it doesn't come out of the taxpayers' funds and stuff like that. So it's a non-interest bearing account, it's a separate account. We just got a show for it, but it really doesn't affect our budget.
I like that. That sounds good. We used to have phone, or something, we used to have phone profits, we used to have some kind of other, have a couple of avenues.
Those phone profits and stuff like that, where we put our video visitation system in, instead of purchasing it, any revenues off from that is paying for that for us, so it's not getting paid out of our pocket. Oh, okay.
Yep, Tom, give that. Thank you. I like what I'm hearing. We don't have to budget for it, and we don't have to, we're just showing it, that's great. It cleans up our numbers, doesn't it, CFO?
Yes, it does.
So, motion is 216 for revenue from corrections.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Do you have a second?
Second.
Representative Bucco, any further discussion? Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Corrections revenue I have it at 216,000.
Mhm.
A motion made by Cordelli, seconded by Bucco. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli,
Yes.
Bucco,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
4-0.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. I don't think you have anything else. I'm sure we'll see you again about your roof.
Yes. And if either of you are welcome, or any of you are welcome to come over and do a visit and take a look yourself. So just putting that out there.
Thank you.
I never want to visit. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you.
All right, our big one for the day. Yep, certainly. Welcome,
Thank you for having me.
and thank you for joining us on a Saturday.
Of course. I would say where else would I'd rather be, but my nose would grow like Pinocchio, so. But I understand, people's time is very valuable, so.
Yeah, we are, just say, we are inundated this year with bills at the State House, so it's hard to get a quorum here lately. Give us a quick overview. I know this was probably done before you came here, and if you've taken a look at it since.
Yes, it was done probably a couple weeks before I started. I am pretty familiar with it. Bob said he was going to help me, but he's next door, so. And Bonnie and I think we have a pretty good understanding of it. So total expenses is $18,025,260, which is a 5.25% increase from the prior year. 14.8% of that is based on salaries, which were approved by the union. So if you make under a certain amount, if you make under $55,000, you were given a 3% raise. Anything above $55,000, you were giving, under $55,000, you're given a $1.50 raise. Anything over, you're given 3%. So it's something that's been collectively bargained. So total, we're up 14.8% in salaries, but we're down 17.6% in all the other lines. So I think it's a reasonable budget. I think revenue is something that we're always looking to improve, and looking at our payer mix, admitting more people with Medicare versus Medicaid because we get reimbursed 3 times as much. Also looking at our private room rates and making sure those are competitive with the market. Expenses, they're manageable. I think my department did a pretty good job this year with inflation and things like that. Everything's gone up. So they've done some purchasing, especially in the food service department early on, to make sure that they got the best prices, realizing that things are probably going to go up as the year goes on. So.
Could you read those percentages again that you mentioned in terms of the increases?
Sure. Total increase was 5.25% over the previous year.
Yeah.
It was 14.8% was due in salaries, and 17.6% decrease in all other lines.
Thank you.
So, currently in the facility, our census is strong. We were full most of last week. We're currently one short of full because we had one resident go out to the hospital. So when he returns, we'll be back to full, which is an increase over the previous 6 months.
What's our average census been for 23?
23, the average census has been 100.87, which is 97% occupied.
And how is that in relations to the other counties?
The other counties, it's tough because some of the counties aren't accepting new patients because of their staffing issues. Belknap isn't really accepting new people, and also I believe it's Cheshire that's hold their. Cheshire has a third of their building empty. So we are probably one of the highest census county facilities in the state.
Thank you. I'm just peeking through all your numbers. Representative Bucco from Microsoft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go back to the day rate, and what is the rate
For which, so my,
for us?
okay, so for our Medicaid, what we get reimbursed from the state for Medicaid, Medicare, and private.
No, yes, I guess that's right.
Okay, so
You
my-
were talking about the rates,
Yeah, so my Medicaid rate currently is $216 a day.
216.
Yeah. My private rate's $410, and my Medicare rate is $610, but that fluctuates based on the acuity of the residents
Wow.
that we have in the facility. So, in theory, it makes a lot of sense to bring Medicare residents in, but Medicare residents, you also have higher expenses when it comes to paying for rehab and things like that, and also other, medical appointments. But we're currently at 8 Medicare. When I began, I believe we were at 1. So we're looking at making the business more financially viable by changing the payer mix.
And if I could, what's the
Representative
private?
McConkey, go ahead.
$410.
No, I know that. What's your,
Right now, I have, my private is, I have 47 private. I'll give them all to you. I have 47 private, 8 Medicare, 47 Medicaid, and 1 managed Medicare.
thank you.
I have a question.
Oh,
Can I-
please, yeah.
Can I ask you to go over that again?
Sure.
How many you have in each rate?
Yep, absolutely. So managed Medicare is pretty much Medicare. I have 1 person there. I have regular Medicare A, which is 8.
Medicaid?
Medicare
Oh, okay.
is 8. Medicaid, I have 47. In private, I have 47.
47.
Yeah. So some of those privates are in what's called a spend down.
Yeah.
So they come in private, and as they get to a certain income level and asset level, then they'll convert to Medicaids. So there's probably 6 or 7 that are in that process.
When they spend down to $2,000 or something like that.
Exactly.
And then they're in there, they're not coming out.
Representative Cordelli.
Could you talk just about staffing?
Sure. Most of my vacancies are in nursing, which I think is something that you see statewide, countrywide. Currently, I have 3 LNA open shifts. I have 17 LNA open shifts and 4 nursing open shifts. And that's why my agency numbers are what they are. I did do a study with all the other counties in the area, and we actually compare extremely well with the other counties. The only 2 counties that have less agency costs than us and less vacancies is Riverside, which is, down the street in Stratford, and Belknap. In Belknap, they're probably only 60% occupied currently. So we are looking to increase our efforts to recruit staff. We have a couple of different ways of doing that. One of the new approaches that we're going to do is buy the list of licensed personnel that is in the area and direct market directly to them. You can put things in Monster or Indeed, and that's general marketing. We can buy a list from the state and do a geographical look at who's in our area. So if someone's in Wolfboro, we could, and if they give an email, we can send an email to them, we can send a postcard, and say, why don't you come check us out? So, and I think our staff, our salaries for our staff are definitely improved with the new CBA, so we're definitely more competitive. And our goal is to make sure that, that we're the number 1 place for people that really want to work in healthcare. I think we are the number 1 place for nursing home care in the area by far. When the delegation of commissioners built this, they did it right because it's all private rooms. You can go up to Conway, you can go down to Wolfboro, no one can compare with what we offer. So, and that's one reason why we're also looking to partner better with Huggins Hospital, taking a lot more short-term residents that will be our Medicare residents.
Representative Conkey.
Thank you. You had mentioned direct marketing to license holders of those positions, LNAs, nursing assistants and so forth. But I thought you said we have to pay for that list? How do you?
It's only like $100.
Okay.
To pay for
A
the
year?
list. Yep,
Okay, thank you. And that's coming from?
from the state.
The Board of
Yeah.
Licensure?
OPLC, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. Yep.
And they're charging you $100?
To press the button.
Okay, thank you. We'll look at
Representative
that.
Cordelli.
Would you be able to give us a one-page write-up on the open shifts and occupancy versus other counties?
Sure. Absolutely.
CFO, if we took out the bond interest and the principal, what would that number be?
$16,696,621, rounding.
Thank you. 166.
16,696,621.
You're looking at the bottom Mountain View line.
I just
Yeah, right.
didn't have the
Yeah.
math to take out.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So we have an actual cost, because I know that we were running at 15, 16 million for a long time.
Right. If I could, that.
Sure,
the-
follow
The
up.
bond
Yep.
goes to 2030.
Yes, we bought it down. We refinanced
Yes,
it
right.
a couple years ago.
Yeah, right.
Yep. At a substantial savings to the
Yep.
taxpayers.
Yep.
May of '21.
Hmm?
May of '21.
There you go. Yep. And I think we shortened the term, right? Or we were,
I don't know the answer to that, but I can find out for you if you'd like.
any further questions from the administrator over at the nursing home? Representative Cordelli.
Do we have an idea of a waiting list?
We do. We do have a waiting list. It's something that we need to work on because there are people that have probably been on that waiting list for a couple of years that are probably not needing the care anymore. So that's something that the social service / admissions department is working on currently to see, how viable that list is. But, we get calls from Huggins Hospital every day looking for short-term rehab people. We understand that taking care of Carroll County residents are our number one priority. So they do get, right of first refusal. So if they want to come, we're going to take them versus someone that may coming from another county.
Right.
I think a few years ago, we had a skilled, are you talking about a skilled set of people that would come in for a temporary
Yep.
10, 12 days, whatever, get some rehab, and then go on to
Right.
go home?
Yep.
Yeah, we don't-
Those are the Medicares that we like because they reimburse more. They come, they get stronger, they go home, and they tell everyone how great, NBC is. So it's free marketing.
We don't have any, we don't need, I remember we used to leave 2 or 3 beds open for that particular,
We don't,
I'm not saying open, but, I'm not saying available either, but something that we would work into the mix to,
I like that quality mix now at 8. As I explained to the staff, this is definitely different than what they're used to because they're used to just straight Medicaids and long-term privates. So the skill set needs to change a little bit. My rehab department has to grow a little bit, so they're doing that. We contracted the company to do rehab, so 108 is a good number. I don't want to give them too much too quick, so we got to make sure that they're clinically strong. In hiring a director of quality, someone who's going to be helping us with that, making sure that anyone we can take will have a successful outcome.
so you're gonna restructure some of the administration over there?
We did hire a director of quality, which was in the budget. So that position will be a key position to making sure that our staff is where they need to be with the type of residents we take.
I like that. And that would be in your budget, the administrative line,
That's in the nursing line, I believe.
nursing line?
There are a couple of unit manager positions that are open. There are 2 of them on the first floor, so that's also something that we're going to be looking to recruit for. And the unit manager takes care of, they're pretty much responsible for the day-to-day operations on that unit. So it's great to have one person there Monday through Friday that knows everything about everything. So.
I miss those days. Any further questions? Do you see any place where you could give us some savings?
There were some savings that was versus last year's budget. Bonnie had done that job scrubbing that and making sure that anything that was budgeted for and looked at our actuals, you know, they took it to the actual level. So we're not just budgeting things this year versus last year, you know.
Great.
Pretty much zero-based budgeting. One of the things I think that we probably should look at is, right now our agency line is at $1. And taking the money from staffing and moving it down into that line so we don't have to do line item transfers, you know, throughout the year.
While I would tend to agree, it also gives us a little bit more oversight when we have to approve those transfers.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's how we did it last year.
Last year, we budgeted 300,000 in there to begin with, and then anything over that was the line item transfers.
Okay. So we should be seeing some already?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, those transfers went in yesterday.
Perfect. Do you want us to do that, just to reallocate some, so you don't have to come to us so many times, or do you want to try and staff this? Mr. Administrator, you want to try and staff this first before having to come for agency?
Agency's a way of life. So
Yes,
I would, year to date, I think we're at 1.8. I don't want to put 1.8 in there. You know, I think that's what it was last year. We need to improve on that. But, you know, I think it'd be simpler if you want to put like 1.5 in there. Anything goes over, then we'll do a line item transfer and then we'll explain to it then. Or other numbers, I see a smirk on your face, so we know it.
It's really up to you. I don't have a preference in coming to you or not coming to you for line item transfers.
Yeah, I like the line item transfer, because that way we can ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, thank you. And where did we end up last year on agency? Because I see that under nursing, and only nursing.
1.8 million.
And was that a savings from the current budget?
Let me just see. We had a savings over the 23 budget in total of 2.9 million, but that's because of the additional pro-share funds that we got.
Okay. I have no more questions. Anybody else has questions?
I just have a process question.
Sure.
We have a union contract for 2024 through 2027. It needs to be ratified. Will you be doing that as a separate, or will it just passing of the MVC budget be considered ratifying the contract?
I think we have to ratify it at the delegation. We can certainly incorporate it into the funds here, and if it passes or doesn't pass, then we can make that adjustment then, but I'm pretty sure with the contract and make sure that we're supportive of that. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So we have going back to the contract, 3-year contract that was negotiated relatively recently?
Yes. And is incorporated in these figures.
Perfect. So we're on track for having a 3-2-1 program for contracts for
Yep, for
union
cycling
contracts?
years, yes.
Perfect.
And this is what I previously distributed to the delegation with the highlights of the contract.
Okay. And the commissioners are satisfied? This contract?
Yeah, very much so. We went out of our way to try and, in an attempt to somewhat alleviate the agency situation, to bring salaries up a little bit, and everybody was very happy with it. And I think it was a good contract, and I know everybody, the union people seem to be happy with it, and I think it's going to work well for us.
Perfect, 'cause I know being under contract doesn't allow us to be as flexible as private businesses that are around us, siphoning off the same pool of talent. So we just want to make sure that we're relatively in the game so we can hold on to our people.
That's a challenge.
It certainly is a challenge, yes.
Especially at the lower end with the LNAs, you're up against not just nursing homes, you're up against everybody that's looking for lower people, so hopefully it'll help.
Right, and this new CBA definitely brings us we're more competitive.
That's what I like. We have to be, because we need to make sure that we have the ability to take care of our residents as well as take care of our employees.
100%.
And attract new employees as other employees move on to other areas.
Right, and that's one of the things, I think, it's been my major goal, changing the culture, that the employees are the most important people in that building, and if we take care of them, they're gonna take care of the residents.
Bingo.
Well, if I may.
Yes.
Retention was really a big part of it. I mean, to keep the people, bring new people on, but to keep the people we have, so that we're not constantly, and I think we're working on it.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Closing the back door, because, we had a big competitor opened up in Wolfboro that, they were aggressive, and I would have done the same thing. So we need to be, we counterpunch that a little bit. I think that the tide has stemmed a little bit. I think people are happier now than they have been, and, we're putting an effort in to make sure that they'll grow along with us. So that's why education and things like that are important. So we're going to put 3 people in the M&A program that's at LNA. So we love that career ladder that we can provide them. So if someone wants, starting at whatever position, if they want to become an LNA, we'll help pay for that. If they want to become an M&A or an LPN, we're going to help pay for that. That's how you grow your own, and it increases your bench strength. So
Yes, change from within is always a good thing because it keeps them appreciative of where they are because you're training them to be more.
And that's the key where we say we want our staff to feel appreciated and valued. So.
Yep. And on that, I know that there's, as we progress and as we invest in our employees, is there a contracted, do they have to stay for a year if we make you do this, if we give you this, there is some type of,
Right, if we're going to invest in you, you have,
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Yep, 'cause I know a lot of them do require that. I know I did when they were training me, it was, you need to stay on for so long. All right. I like the contract. I like that we're being more competitive. I like this budget because it's, if we take out move around some of the numbers, it's not bad. Motion to approve 18025-260.68 for the nursing home budget.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Cortelli. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further questions before we close this part of the budget?
Motion by Cordelli, seconded by Bucco, item 300, Mount View. Conkey votes in favor. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
4-0.
Thank you. The revenue, that's always a long topic. Do we have actuals from last year?
Yes,
Do you have them handy for us?
I do.
That'd be fantastic. Because I know that you guys do this budget in September, October. We have another couple months of numbers we can look at to make
Right.
a closer.
Total revenue, which does include pro share, is $15,491,126.
Tony, can I
We-
make a copy of that sheet for everybody?
What sheet?
Of
This?
the revenue sheet?
Yep.
Do you want?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yep. Budgeted for '23, which included 1.2 million of pro share, was 12,282,588. That's the whole nursing home right there.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Do you know what the end of year pro share number was?
Uh,
Oh, no, well, she's got copies coming. Great.
Approximately 3,163,000.
163,032.
Okay, that was end of year. Okay.
Yes. It was about 1.9 million and change over budget.
You know, going with that, why did we get such a influx of pro share? Is that because we're capturing more costs through the cost analysis program, or is that more of because we were in, our census is higher? How does that?
Well, I think it's a combination of things. I mean, the census has stayed consistent. We got a sizable increase in '22 as well over '21. The census has stayed consistent, and we have a great allocation structure for me to be able to allocate county expenses, which hasn't been finalized for '23, to the pro share calculation. So I think it's a combination of the two.
Right, and the pro share it's an add-on. The only people that get the pro share are county homes. So if you're private or public, you only get what's called an MQIP, which is a bed tax. So this is an addition to help county homes take care of the people they take care of. So,
This is more of a reimbursement for.
Prior year costs.
Correct. All right.
and I've asked how do they figure that out.
That's where I was going next.
And I've asked probably 7 different county administrators, nursing home administrators, and I think you'd be able to figure out the Pythagorean theorem easier than how pro share, but it is based on Medicaid census and things like that. So, and what people saw than me don't know, so.
That's, we haven't been able to, nobody's been able to answer us either for years, so, on a few things, but, I would,
Thank you.
Sit down. Thank you.
So,
Representative Cordelli.
yes, thank you.
speaking.
Is the 1.617 still a good number for pro share for this budget?
Well, I relied on Bob and the temporary administrator to come up with that number. They didn't feel comfortable increasing it tremendously over a prior year of 1.2, but I did go back to them a couple times with increased costs in the nursing home budget. If they would be comfortable moving it to the 1.617, and they were fine with that, so. I'm hoping we're back in the range that we were in '22 and '23, but I don't know. We don't have any answers.
Because that's a large swing. Do our expenses for '23 match what we're going to be sending in for '24? Or are we going to have higher expenses because we have a higher cost from year to year?
The '23 expenses will be higher than '22. Yeah,
Okay,
which is what we'll be submitting as '23 expenses.
that's right. My apologies.
That's it.
Right.
And they're much higher than where they were in '20 and '21. We were getting,
Correct.
because we weren't capturing
Right.
the actual costs.
Right. And it is based on census, and you said the average for '23 was 97%, right? So.
Yeah.
What's your thought on the pro share for this year?
That's a great question. I like the 1.6 because it may give us a little room, if we get more. I don't like overstating revenue that you may never see. So, but any operator will tell you that,
That's where I was going. It is a $400,000 increase. However, I think we've been over 1.7 million for the last 3 or 4 years.
2 years.
2 years.
22 and 23, yeah. 21 was the year that it came in lower than was budgeted, and we were upside down. I'd be nervous raising it too much higher.
Go ahead. I heard somebody sigh.
I'm signed, but I wasn't.
Oh. I'm just reading, I'm just not, doing my best to pay attention. The MQuit bed tax, did that come in under or over?
Actuals.
MQuit was slightly over. We budgeted 1.55, and we got 1.625681.
Yeah, you're over by 75,000.
All right, so we're not touching that. There we go, that's the number. How'd we do on the Medicaid? It looks like we came in just a little bit under that.
Yep, 311,000 under. Private room, we came in higher.
So that's the mix that we've been sticking with.
That's been the mix in the past, yes.
Are you adjusting that?
I am hopeful that this year we can do better in the skilled room and board, but, I like this mix currently, so.
Okay. I know over the years, I think we've gone through quite a fluctuation of mixes, and this, the last steady one, the last couple of years has been, seems to be the working one.
Yeah.
So, we're always open to tweaks and whatnot, but, that's rough law.
Yeah, we'll work within, in that confines, definitely.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
Question.
Yep.
If you could refresh my memory on the income from meals versus cafe meals. Income from meals includes corrections?
Yes, that's just the corrections, the
Right.
cafe meals is what we sell.
Right, okay, yeah.
And that hasn't returned to previous levels yet?
Cafe meals, we almost hit budget. Our year end was 33,836 on a budget of 35, so we're getting closer to that. And that, that's one of our goals, is to get more people in the building, to elevate our dining experience. It's still a great deal over there for what you order, but we still want to elevate things a little bit, so.
I'm still able to.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Who won?
Go ahead.
Representative Rucco.
Just a question on letting people into the building. How are we still with the COVID limiting people in?
Great question. So, as of Friday, we had no more positive COVID residents in the building. We only had one person out. As we're going to test again tomorrow. If we clear tomorrow, we'll be out of quote-unquote outbreak. You need to be 14 days without a new positive person. But residents, anyone can come in the building. We just ask that if you go in the unit, you mask, and you stay masked.
If you go into a cluster.
Yeah, if you go into one of the units. So it's different than it was back in COVID 2020, where no one would come in, no one come out. The CDC has looked at it, the state public health has looked at it, and we're going by their guidelines. Who can come in and when they come in. If you just stay in the general area in the front, you don't have to wear a mask. But the minute you hit the resident rooms, you have to mask up. And we ask that if you're going to visit your resident, visit them in their rooms. So,
Just to follow up.
Sure.
Just as I recall, there was nobody, the cafe was closed down almost,
Mhm.
I guess.
Yeah, back in 2020, everything was closed. The
Has
only-
it been open?
It has been open, yeah.
Recently? Oh,
But
that's
it's like
all right.
anything, once anything closes, you know,
Yep.
they have a different routine, you're trying to pull them back into the old routine, so, you know, but more and more people have been coming over to use the cafe, so.
Oh, thank you.
Representative Cordell?
With the cafe is closed on weekends, how does that look with visiting hours? Are we getting, families to visit
If families,
patients?
if anytime families want to eat, they come in and they eat. We'll give them a guest tray and things like that. So
Okay.
we encourage families to come in. We don't charge families when they come in. Maybe that's wrong of me, but if they're going to come and eat with mom and dad and make their experience better, I think we can afford the $2. So yeah, anyone who comes in that's a family member, you know, that's helping out, that's going to eat with, you know, mom's only going to eat if, you know, I know when I go with my mother, she's only going to eat if I eat. So, you know, she thinks it's disrespectful to eat, you know. So, yeah, if we give them, you know, what's on the tray line, you know, we enjoy doing that, so.
What is your, actually, and I've been out of it a long time, what is your trade price?
Trade price, if you off the trade line, it's free. If you order anything special, cheeseburgers, our special of the day, wraps and things like that, everything has a separate price. So, but trade line is something that they make enough of that, you know, staff can eat from there, but I tend to eat off the tray line because I want to taste the food, see how good it is. But a lot of staff will have wraps and cheeseburgers and things like that.
Perfect, yeah, we used to have to take one tray off the line and eat it. Anybody wants to make adjustments to revenue? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I would move the $12,708,548.29.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Cordelli for the amount specified in the motion, seconded by Bucco. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0.
Representative Cordell?
Yes, I see Mr. Murray's back. We asked him if he has any idea on roof estimate for...
You certainly can. Are we all done with the nursing home?
I believe we
Think
did.
we're done? Two
Did you
pieces?
vote on the expenses?
Yep.
Yep.
What about capital?
Oh, okay.
Okay, good.
Yep.
And I do have a change from what you have,
Oh, better be down.
a downward change.
Everybody's happy.
Okay, let me just get there. Okay.
It's on page 12.
So we have two pieces, MVC and MVC dietary. MVC dietary was all spent in '23. We were able to order it and spend it based with the funds from '23, so that is now zero. And MVC, we took care of the first floor resident security upgrade in '23 as well. So that number decreased from 171,950 down to 139,200.
Give me the new numbers.
MVC 139,200. MVC dietary 0.
Page 12, Tom. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, under capital.
Below that yellow highlight, it says corrections new.
That's it, that's a roof. This?
You just drop down next, yes. Drop down.
099.
099, yep.
They said they're page 12. I don't have the same page.
I got page 16.
I'm looking at the details sheet.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Is that it? Right there in the middle?
It's in the middle there.
MVC,
It
yes.
says annex.
Next one down.
Right there, MVC, MVC dietary.
They have the detail sheet.
And the details on page 16 of the.
Yeah, that's where I went and then I,
Yes.
Second page from the lot, and
okay, oh, okay. Thank you.
Motion to approve 139200 as the new number for the capital.
McConkey makes the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Montague Capital, motion by McConkey, seconded by Cordelli. Amount has been disclosed. McConkey is yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Do you, and CFO, do you have the new number for that capital expenditure line total?
130, total county?
Yeah, the 4109,
Oh.
the total, because I know we've made some adjustments.
Yep. $4901 is $407,649.
Should be less than that.
Are you talking
Oh, my
about?
apologies. You're right.
All right.
Good. Okay, we have, dietary went to 0, so we don't have to approve that. NBC went to 139.
We did that.
We did that. We haven't done the rest of the things yet.
Right.
I think that's it for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bob, good to see you, sir.
Afternoon.
We had some questions on the jail roof. We're in capital 097 jail, there's a $70,000 add-on to their thing, and is that for roof repairs?
Yeah, we put 50,000 in for potential repairs, 20,000 for hiring a consultant. I have reached out to 2 consultants. I've heard back from one and have a price. I have not heard back from the second. Once we hire a consultant, then we'll move forward with getting an evaluation, a complete evaluation of the jail roof, and see what that budget's going to be. I don't anticipate that happening, coming forward with an amount for the jail roof until summer or fall. So I think it'll be in the next budget season. I don't think we'll be doing the roof this year. I'm always hopeful, but knowing the construction industry right now, I don't see that happening this year.
Specifically on roofing.
I was gonna say roofing has been a stretch,
Yeah.
and GC has been a stretch on some people.
But the ball
Mr. Chair.
is rolling.
Representative Brown?
Yes, I just wanted to let you know, I have reached out to a consultant that used to work with me at UPS, and I'd be more than willing to work with the director to help them in regard to this issue.
Yeah, if you have a consultant that you've worked with before, please forward the information.
I do, I'll try and get with you later on this week. He's going to
Excuse
send
me.
me the information, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Brown. We got a cost of, a preliminary figure of 1.2 million. Without tying you to a number, what is your thought of what that's gonna be?
I would defer 100% to the professional. I couldn't even begin to guess what that would be.
Okay.
And that was from a roofer. That's from the roofer who has recently done repairs. He's familiar with the system.
Talk to us about what's over there for roof.
Oh, it's a metal roof on top of a superstructure, and apparently there's no underlayment under the metal roof. It's just metal roof on top of the superstructure, so there is flexibility. From what I understand, the problem is where the roof meets the concrete and valleys. There has been some movement, as we know, over the years of concrete walls moving. I've got video, I've got photographic evidence of some of that wall, the roof ending here and the wall ending here, so that
as a place for a potential leak there. There's a lot of penetrations on that roof, and nobody, the multiple roofers that we've had over the years, has been able to zero in on the source of the leak. Leaks, plural. And from what I have heard from the roofer that I've recently talked to, he said that he actually talked to the guy who did the roof originally 20 years ago. They're no longer in business, and the comment that I heard was, "Oh, that roof's always going to leak. You'll never be able to fix that." Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Right, exactly.
And we know that when the jail was built, there were a lot of shortcomings when the jail was built. And I think that the roof may very well be a victim of those shortcomings.
Okay.
And that's just opinion.
It's, if anybody on this campus would know, it would be you, or how things are.
And believe me, I've attempted to fix the roof.
Yep.
Met with failure at every corner.
All right, so 70,000 is a strong number, you think? Or do you want to just do the consultant and not?
I couldn't begin to guess at a number for this year. The 50,000 is in for potential repairs.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Representative Brown.
I do have extensive experience in this type of construction. I would certainly be willing to meet with the director and look into this and potentially meet the consultant as soon as he would like on site.
Well, I think that would be fantastic if you would work that out with
The commissioners.
the commissioners and Bob. Mr. Murray.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Bob, if you want to give me a call, maybe tomorrow or Monday, we'll set something up, okay?
Very well.
Thank you.
You have his information, you have his contact?
I'll get it.
Okay, thank you. And that's okay with the commissioners?
Yeah, just keep us in the loop, Bob. I'd like to be there too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great.
It's you, okay. You want to keep the 50 and the 20 for the consultant?
Yes, please.
Okay. Representative Cordelli?
I would move which line is it? What's the number?
097, we were at 70,000.
I would move the $70,000.
Or are we at, do we move the 18,000 in, leave that in, or we move that out?
I've already moved that.
We've already moved that, so that line's going to be 70,000.
Yes.
Representative Cordelli?
Okay. I would move line 097 in the amount of $70,000.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Clark?
Motion made by Cordelli, seconded by McConkey, capital appropriations for the jail. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
May I ask another question?
Certainly.
after this? Bob, Mr. Murray, thank you. I brought up a question, you were out of the room, I believe you were out of the room. So, a closed facility corrections offers a different level of oversight or ease of getting in and bringing contractors in and who can bid and so forth. Now that we're 20 years aged on that building and nursing home's going to come up, not that many years off, do you feel you have enough staffing, or is there need of more consulting so that you have more time or someone to help you in the oversight of long range on roofs and siding and everything else? $1 million here, $1 million there, starts adding up.
Sure does. That should have been a 50-year roof. Something like that, a 50-year roof in my life cycle here at the county, we shouldn't even be having this discussion.
We've been having it for what, 10 years, at least 10 years.
Yeah, but leaks are leaks. You would think a reasonable person would think that you could attack the roof and repair leaks, which I've tried and met with failure. So,
I know that we've taken you off course, and your responsibilities have gone to other buildings and administration. So are you comfortable that you have enough time that you can oversee all this?
oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The energy project that we did here with Siemens a number of years ago was invaluable. That gave us the opportunity to upgrade some old boilers and air conditioning systems that were aging out. And even though we didn't replace 100% of all of our HVAC equipment, we took care of the big stuff. And I'm happy with where we are.
If I could.
Of course, please, yeah.
So in my other hat in the legislature, overseeing capital projects, and Tom's been there before, corrections and state prison system and walls falling, a lot of, shifting things somewhat similar to what we've had experience. When we would talk of roofing issues on the state prison and others, it has been so bad in years, and we've gotten beyond this point, that the director would talk to us as how many buckets it's taking to handle water leaking in. And they would visually have a picture shooting through a section of the prison, and you would see 5 and 10 gallon buckets collecting in plastic and sending it into that, and then they'd have to manually remove that water. Are we at that case here? Are we in a bucket situation?
Superintendent has left, but
Yep.
he would say yes. Yeah, you can see the water running down the wall in Sherry's office when we get a rain.
Would it be possible would it be acceptable to the commissioners possibly that some of that could be shared with the delegation?
Sure. So the superintendent has got, he's got pictures.
Okay. Thank you for your time, sir. I appreciate what you do.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you have anything else on here for you, Bob?
I don't think so. You've gone over capital, Mountain View.
Yep. Commissioners, anything in the commissioner's budget for you? I mean, we love having you here, but we want to hang on to you if you have other stuff you want to do.
Appreciate that.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you. And it's a different, we've taken care of your budget. So, and I don't know if this should be directed to you or to Will. I know we're going to be speaking shortly on that. I know we're under a water study that Will's working on for that. Would you have any insight where we are with our sewer system, lifespan, capacity? I'm trying to narrow down if when we added the new nursing home, if we still have flow contributed to this building or water usage to this building. Is that something I'd talk to you about, or does that stay with Will?
I think that's a joint discussion, a mutual discussion. As far as additional capacity, the same amount of residents and a few more staff went from this building to that building, so there was no additional usage when we built the new building and moved over there. The potential for additional usage in this building, I could see a little bit, not much. If everything goes as planned, we're going to have some administration staff from the administration building lightening the load at the administration building, moving over here. It would only be the additional entities that would occupy this building that would increase the load, which I think is minimal. I don't know how much room we have in the water and septic system. I don't know what we're at capacity. But I can't see more than 20, 30 people additional load being added.
Okay, if I could, I'm looking specifically at that room. We had a kitchen here, we went to a kitchen there, a larger facility there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out on our sewage loading where we are in the event that that kitchen were to open back up again.
Again, the primary use of that kitchen would be Meals on Wheels, so there would be an increased load, but I can't see it being a lot. I have no way to put a number of gallons per day on that.
Well, if I could.
Certainly.
So your wastewater facility, I would imagine, is rated for X number of gallons, as your water is rated for X number of gallons. Is it possible to have someone to look at where we are with what that gallons per day is for the sewage loading? And we're soon to have meters that will tell you what the county complex and each are, but if someone could provide what that number is to start.
The potential increased load, is that what you're looking for,
Look
or
and see
where we are
what you're
today?
licensed for.
That's.
Bill, come on up.
Can I answer most of those questions for you?
Come on, yep, come on.
This,
Certainly.
I think this conversation has already just started.
We can certainly have that conversation if we have both of them here, yes. You want to go into this as well?
By ahead and say yes.
Just you, Bob, and Will.
Somebody from DES has already been out here and started looking into this. Right?
Correct.
Will, I'm sorry, could you summarize this? Did this come through you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
So basically, we had three individuals come out from DES. Our permit was due to be renewed this year. Upon renewing that, they wanted to come out for a visit. The gentleman that used to do the permits had retired, and a new gentleman started a couple years ago. So as he's renewing permits, he wants to go visit sites. So him and another gentleman that wrote this letter from DES operations, or wastewater operations, came out with a third person, toured the whole wastewater system that we have, asked a whole bunch of questions, a few things that we'd like to look into for the future. And then basically one of their main concerns that they're finding throughout the state is that water and sewer operations aren't being staffed. They say you have a department of 4 guys, one retires and there's 3, and then municipalities are just saying, well, let's just run with those 3, and not having that 4th person. And then they've found, and they're concerned with that impacting the level of services that are being happening at wastewater systems. So they've put together a matrix of, depending on the sizes of the departments, what they expect for time to take care of those properly. Our numbers came out to 1.4. That's in the sewer system. That's what they felt for proper staffing. As you read, he talked to me. He asked other things that we do. We do the water, we do the plowing, lawn care, other things that we do here on the complex. And he felt that when you add in those other things, we could easily have 3 full-time people in our department. We only have 2. I've been able to kind of make that difference up in the past with the part-time and some per diem people, trying to plug holes here and there for that. But that's increasingly in the last year becoming harder and harder. Per diem people have left us. We advertise for new ones. I call them back. They don't get back to me at all. Kind of ghost me. So that's what this letter is about. Basically, this recommendation. Talking to the commissioners the other day of the problems that I'm having with the per diems. They've talked about coming forward to look at placing a 3rd full-time person in our department. Bonnie had did up some numbers for us earlier this week to do 6 months at this point, time we get through the budget and everything, and what we're spending on part-time and per diems versus the 6 months. I think it was maybe $2,600 difference.
Correct.
To look at doing that. So I think that's something we were looking to request and talk about with the final numbers of I know we had already went through my final budget on that, but maybe adjusting that by $2,600 so we could go along those lines. To answer your question, Representative McConkey, we have our permits for 28,000. We're using somewhere between 16 to 18,000 on average. You asked last time I was here about increasing 10%, so I would say that'd be around 2,800 gallons up based off the 28,000. So we could take that 10% increase that you asked. I also got a hold of the engineers on the water end, and we're somewheres in the, currently right now we're pumping somewheres around, or our potential usage is somewheres around 76 to 79,000 gallons of water. We still haven't got the final numbers back from the hydrologist, or however you pronounce that, but we have enough. She said those numbers weren't based on, they were based currently is what we're doing right now, because we did the test in November, so there's not many people here. But like Bob said, there's going to only be, minimal use, and she thought that we would be okay for the most part with that, because we're pumping pretty close to enough, but we also have a 200,000 gallon tank for capacity. So that helps give us that little bit of buffer if we are a little bit off, certain days, or there's more usage down here or whatever. We have the capacity sitting up there to handle that buffer. So she was pretty confident based off of what we're doing and the minimal usage that we're looking at adding in here. And like Bob said, some of it's just being shifted around on the complex. That will be okay on the water end. And the same with the sewer end. Obviously, if we're at our permit's 28,000, we have spikes that go up to 20,000, but we generally, when I did the math out the other day, we're generally in the 16 to 18,000 range.
And the age of our system is 20 plus years, the wastewater?
Correct. The majority of the system they built at the same time as the jail back in 2003 with that.
Same contractor wasn't doing roofs that year, I hope.
I hope not. It was long before my time, but
So 28,000, and you're averaging somewhere around 16,000. This recommendation by the, if I could?
Please continue, yes.
So this recommendation by DES, Dick Embry, was looking at the workload of what's being done and the amount of time that's needed to properly operate a water and sewer operation of this size. And then he was coming up with that you might need more staffing. And I missed a little bit about, you're a two-person department right now?
2 full-time. Yes, sir.
2 full-time, and you have been using some other personnel to fill in that purpose, and we're trying to move from looking for a per diem person to a third employee?
Correct. We've had part-time and then also per diem positions, and then some seasonal positions, and looking to condense that into a full-time person.
So and this is quick to throw at you if I could, Mr. Chairman. What outside activity takes the most of your time that you need? You have winter plowing and maintenance of the roads and sidewalks and so forth, and then in the summertime you have lawns to care for and mowing and that sort of thing. And then on top of that, we do a haying operation. When you bring in your per diem person, where is that person needed most?
Needed most?
Is it summer operation? Or?
It's 8 months. I would say it's 8 months out of the 12 that we've been kind of really needing that third person. And not that we don't need them in the other 4 months, but that's where we've been concentrating the per diem, to answer your question. And that's the plowing in the wintertime, of having enough people here to handle it. Right now there's 2 of us taking care of this whole complex 24/7. When we get the storms, we've had some help from Bob and his guys, but that strains their jobs, what they got going on as well. Then the summertime, we've had, it takes 2 guys full time from 171 down past the jail, pretty much 2.5 days to do the lawn care here, from start to finish, with all your trimming and everything else that needs to be done. So that's where we've had a lot of help come in there as well. And that's essentially, from mid-May to October. And then you're again in December through March, that you're looking at on the plowing end of having someone here. But there are many other things in between that a third person would help. I've presented some different ideas that I think the commissioners are mulling over for one, and for two, a lot of what we do in the water sewer maintenance things, it's a two-man job. Most tasks are two-man jobs for safety and just how heavy things are and different jobs you're doing. So in the spring and the fall, we tend to rotate out our vacation times. We don't take any vacation in the winter and very, very little in the summer. So one person is covering while the other one's out to keep up with the day-to-day and checks and things of that nature, but it's taken away from different projects and things. If I had a second guy while one's out and two are here, to be catching up and getting on, taking care of those different projects that could be done those times of the year. So there's plenty of work that needs to be done that we've skipped over because we don't have the staff when it comes to the complete job and all the hats that we wear.
So if I could, if there was a project or two that could come out of your responsibilities that would lessen that need. I understand snow plowing, I understand mowing. Talk to me about hay. How many people does it take normally to run the hay operation, and how many weeks in a year does that take? Is that a 6-week operation if you add up your time, 8-week operation? Does that take an extra person? Is that all done by yourself? How does that happen?
So at a minimum with the round baler, it takes 2 people to do what we do. A third one is nice most of the time because we can get that much more acreage, if you will, done in a day when you have the extra person. So it shortens your time frame by having that third person. I would say we spend, based on hours on the tractor, if you want to look at that for operations, you're looking at close to a month's worth from mid-May to October. You're looking at close to 160 hours probably that I put on the tractor, but that's just on the tractor. Then the hay comes in and you have your marketing end and your customer service end and those different things that take up more time. I don't have an exact number on those. It can be from day to day, it can change. So there is more, involved in there. And that's something that I think the commissioners are looking at and different ideas of where we could go with that.
Thank you for that. Square baling takes even more time?
Correct.
And we're still doing a certain percentage of square bale?
Very small percentage.
Okay. Answered my questions.
Any further, since we're on this topic, the company you have now looking at the water, do they also do contract services for water and sewer?
Wastewater, yes sir, I asked her that after we had our last one. They do have, she hasn't done it, but they have another department within their engineering firm that specializes in that. And so if we want to move forward, if we have specific questions that we're looking for and the money to pay them, they do provide that service, yes.
And following up on Representative McConkey's, if we took the wastewater and water out of I'm not saying, moving it into a contract service instead of having you have to do it day to day, you're not going to need an additional person.
No, I would say that I'd still need additional. The additional person really comes in on the outside maintenance of this place. The plowing and the lawn care is where the third person is a huge percent of their job. The water and sewer can get away with 2 people. This is just sewer he's recommending here at 1.4, but I'm saying I believe that 2 can do the water and sewer just fine. It's that element of having that we need a third person in is on the snow plowing and the lawn care in the summertime.
So if we took the lawn mowing out, so we went out to contract on a lawn mowing, would that free up your time to do more of the summer projects that you need done?
That could be an option. There's several pieces that we could move out that might help that.
Typically, the cost of a new employee is around $100,000 or so.
Based on pricing, probably closer to 80, 85, but between 80 and 100, depending on what their pay grade is, yeah.
And benefits.
And
Would
full
the commissioners be,
benefits.
instead of hiring a new employee, maybe look at contracting out some of these services for efficiency?
I can't speak for the other commissioners.
Correct, we're not
But I
asking for a
would,
name.
but I would be in favor of doing that. I mean, we've had there are some discussions about what we're going to do going forward with some of the other operations. And I think that's something we should look at. Based on the cost of new employees, I think that should always be looked at as an option.
Thank you,
Not looking to take away from what we currently do necessarily.
Of course not, we don't want to, our
Right.
staff is our staff, but if we're overworked, we
Mhm.
want to find another avenue, instead of maybe not another employee, but maybe taking that,
Right.
the administration and the bureaucracy off of them, because that's usually a large piece of the puzzle to paperwork and testing and daily checks and maintenance and this and that. Maybe another company could be.
And I know you've had discussions in the past about the hay, and if, rather lease it out rather than do it ourselves.
Yep.
So all those things really come into play.
Okay, thank you. Representative McConkey.
One more, and Will, I don't know that I've copied you in through the Lands Advisory and Annex Committee. That there's been conversations with the Department of DES, Water Division, and wastewater. And it looks like they have a willingness to work with the county commissioners, which would be you also, on looking at what our capacity is and what improvements down the road, at least providing that service, that we may not have to go to a consultant, or maybe a consultant would be hired through that federal funding. So I'll send that along. We spoke about it real briefly. Commissioner Nelson was forward that information. We'll forward that back to you and to the commissioners. So I think I'm hopeful that we can come up with some of that, so we look at our campus on the long term. I think we're getting a good handle on the water system. I'm concerned about the wastewater, and I'm happy to hear that we're well under capacity right now. So thank you for that work.
Mr. Chairman. As you may or may not be aware, Monday there's a meeting with Siemens to discuss and we should have a better idea of what we're going to be able to do with this facility, if anything at all, which would impact the sewer, obviously. And once we get a better feel for that, we'll be able to decide. Not that we shouldn't look at evaluating the system we have, but I think you'll have a better idea of what we're going to need going forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. I also know that there's also $27 million in new grant money coming through DES for wastewater treatment plants. Would I be mistaken? Because I know that Wakefield is looking at upgrading some of theirs, and there was a gentleman that Senator Bradley sent to us that was very knowledgeable in working with the town, so I didn't know if you knew of him.
Well, I believe Tom Deers, I can't think of his last name. He had made it sound very optimistic that well, actually he didn't speak of the new money at the time, but the money was out there to not increase capacity. It was to take care of systems in place. So perhaps there is a new funding, so I should go back and ask about that, and then send the results to the commissioners.
I think that'd be great, because I think it's Ted Deers.
That's the gentleman.
Yeah.
He had said less than 2 weeks ago that while he didn't have monies, it looked like the money source had dried up for expansion or starting a system. He had planning money to look at what it would cost and so forth going forward.
Yes, I think it was seed money to offset some of the cost of architecture and plans and developing and all that stuff.
Right.
To do that, but there was also some money for maintenance of covered systems.
Sounds good. I'll get back to him.
In
Just
case there's
follow up.
something that maybe we can
Yep.
upgrade at the state level.
If that's
through
all right
grant.
with the commissioners, I'd be happy to make
Is
that
that
contact and then send it along.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I was going to do that, but we have more knowledge there.
Thank you.
Representative Bucco.
I just, I think that the 27 million you're talking about is to be able to run the program, the state aid grant program.
Mm-hmm. That's what it was.
Yeah, and so that money was appropriated in the last budget, and it does not lapse. But it's to run the program. It wasn't for any specific projects.
No?
Well, it would be if they go through the program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's getting people into it's the cost of getting people into that program and getting the state to write the grant back for them for whatever the 80/20, and then once the program's done, they can apply to have it taken. Yeah.
It's a reimbursement program, so the project has to be engineered and completed before the state comes up with their end.
Right. But but they're gonna hold on to some of that money for each person that puts in for it to, however the government bureaucracy works on that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's that fund that they're looking at to upgrade some of the municipalities. I'm sure we could possibly piggyback off of that.
That is what the program is for. It pays 20% of your principal and interest once you start making those payments.
Yeah.
But if they don't hold on to it, the project has to be done. That's what they consider filing for.
Okay, well, however they're gonna administrate it, I don't have those details on. Ted would.
I'll copy. Representative Bucco's had a lot of history on that project and projects he's done in Conway and so forth. And
Right.
I'll copy you back on that information as I get it.
All right, good,
from the
thank you.
department.
All right, so we've had some great discussions here today about your budget, Will. We have some more time to discuss it. The commission is going to be discussing this letter, or you guys have already discussed it? Because it's from the 18th of December, it should have come to us.
I'd have to go back onto my notes, but I believe we did discuss it. I don't remember exactly what we said. I have to go back and refresh my memory.
Okay.
You're talking about the DES letter?
Yes.
Yes, we definitely had discussions about it.
I would just suggest that you follow up with Dick Emberly, since he's already been here and wrote his suggestions, and start there by following up with him.
Mm.
And you know, he's suggesting an additional personnel, but reading these lines here, it's without proper staffing, both physical and human assets fail, and permit compliance issues develop. So in other words, get on this before it gets any worse.
Well, I didn't, with all due respect, I didn't read it exactly that way. I think it was a recommendation from the state, and it would take it under advisement. I mean, right now, the system's being maintained. There isn't a problem with the system.
No.
I understand what he's saying, and in a perfect world, I mean, it's a recommendation from the state, it's not a requirement. And we'll look at it, and obviously, we're gonna maintain the system, and it's a serious issue in terms of that system has to work and function correctly, and we're well aware of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a copy of that letter?
Representative Cronin, I'm sorry.
And I'll be quick. I go in the first paragraph. It's not hard to see how easy it would be to get distracted from the essential job of continuing to produce quality water, protects public health and safety. I would imagine that the number one charge Will has is the water and sewer system here.
That would be correct.
And so that would be the highest priority, and everything else. And so I think there's a process that went here talking back and forth, and I file this as probably no more than a nice suggestion.
The commissioners are obviously in charge of employment. You can certainly instruct your employees to prioritize their items.
Will keeps us well informed on both the water system and this.
Perfect, thank you. As we would expect, no less. So, just looking quick at your budget, Will, I think we're good with you, Bob. Are we good with Bob?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you, I'm glad you were here for that.
All right.
Thank you.
So some of your salaries do include part-time help as of right now?
Correct. They include some seasonal summertime help and some 2 per diem positions.
Okay, you will still have those are still active in your budget as of right now?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you feel, you think as of, with the help that you're getting from your contractor working on the water, you think that you can handle this for another year? And then we'll take a look at their recommendation and where we are at that point?
Correct, I think we could.
Okay, thank you. So we don't need to reopen your budget?
Not if you don't choose to.
I mean, we can, but I don't see it changing much.
Right. I mean, it was $2,600 change, really.
But that's a 6-month expense, and then next year it'll be a larger expense.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that we're ahead of the curve, but if there is a contract, you can get somebody in to take maybe the water piece off your plate. That's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You're still here for something else?
The capital, sir? We never did the capital when I was here last time.
That's page 12 again. $40,990. And that is for, do we get a schedule on that?
I turned one in. I don't know that I have one with me. I'm sorry about that.
Should be in your packet.
Right.
It should be in your packet detail. Do you want me to give the line items, Will?
Yes, please.
This is on page 16.
Yeah.
So, 72-inch industrial front brush cutter to replace 25-year-old equipment that is owned by the county, a used 1-ton truck, and shed for the Boy Scouts for a total of $40,990.
So you want to replace the 2002 GMC?
Yes, sir. If I may, sir.
Yeah, we're on your capital, so yes, walk us through it.
So some good news, so I know you like to start with that, is we could take off the amount for the brush cutter. We had leftover funds from 2023 that the commissioners approved. Kind of the same scenario where the jail had with their doors. So that one, that was 8 or 9,000?
$84.90.
$84.90.
So I just took that off. So the new figure is $32.5. $30,000 for the 1-ton and $2,500 for the shed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I apologize, I just missed that.
We're on page 16, we're looking at a DPW. There was 2 pieces of equipment and a new truck.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're on page 12. My apologies.
And those items show up where, I'm sorry?
On page 16, the detail.
$40,000 is for a truck and, I'm sorry, what else?
Brush cutter.
Brush cutter and something else.
Page 16, the detail is on the top of page 16.
Thank you, I got it now.
'Cause I'd like to know where you're picking up a 1-ton dump for $30,000.
Well, I'm hoping to as well, sir. And not a new one. We're just looking for a used one. Our used, that's our backup truck. Its main purpose is it's our backup truck for plowing. And then we also use it for lawn care, different things around the complex. We bought that truck. It's now, going on 22 years old. We bought it probably just over 10 years ago. We paid $15,000 for it. We've worked on it endlessly, fixing things, rust, things that were on it that when we got it. And have been keeping up with it up until a section of the frame rotted out, and we can no longer, about a year and a half ago I think it's been now, that we could no longer get a sticker for it. So we've been milking it along, but it's right now it's down. We got to put all brand new transmission lines in it. It's leaking. They've all rotted out of it, and it just one thing after another. And we've, like I said, kept patching it until now we can't get a sticker on it. So I'm looking to go find something that's used with a dump body on it and a four-wheel drive that we can put a plow on it. The plow we have on the current one is a decent plow because it came with one that was not as in good a shape, but when we turned in one of our other vehicles, we took the worst plow and sent that off with that, so we kept one of the better plows for this truck, so it's a good plow, good backup plow. And yeah, I guess that's the summary of it. Is it's in rough shape, and I don't need a $100,000 truck to be used on the campus for things. I think if we could find something that's in this price range, hopefully, that would do the job for us.
Representative Conkey.
So if I remember going back a couple of years ago, the discussion was whether in the delegation did not fund the purchase of a new pickup truck. Is that the 2022 truck that I see on your list? And then the commissioners move forward and purchase that pickup truck? Am I incorrect in my memories?
That, I don't know the details on.
So that would have been
but that's our newest truck,
2022.
yes.
So then you have a 2019 2500 purchased in 2019 that is in good condition. And then the one you're looking to replace is if I could, Mr. Chairman, is a 2002 GMC 3500. That would be the 1 ton, which would be our second 1 ton sizing truck. This one's got a dump body on it. And that's the one you would like to put out to pasture and try and find another truck for $30,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that truck, you're saying that, so we plow the campus, and we've gone through this before, but just if I could. So we have the nursing home, we have this property to some point, we have you. Are you also plowing the jail around the roads there?
Yes, so we do the admin building, the nursing home, the annex, around the farm area or DPW area, and the jail. And then when the storms are over, we plow out down into the quote-unquote old barnyard area where the sheriff has a vehicle or has a building back there to be able to get their emergency vehicle or emergency trailer.
The normal things you would do.
Correct, yes, sir.
And you also, do you at some point, sometimes for that cleanup and stuff, do we still have our loader backhoe that's got a snow push on it also?
Yes, sir.
So we use that from time to time.
Yes, sir.
And I would bet that skid steer comes in handy sometimes for moving snow.
Yes, sir.
So the 1 ton truck, we had discussions in the past that as that was failing, and that thing's been in this very poor condition for a number of budget cycles. And I'd made mention about that a farm plate and it stays on property, and then the ensuing discussion is the safety of the person driving it and so forth. Do you have any idea how many miles you put on that over the last time you reported? Does that get 10,000 miles, or does it pretty much get used here on property?
If I may, sir, you're confusing a couple of trucks. Because
Okay.
your conversation of the truck that you're talking about putting the plates on has been replaced with the 2022 truck.
Okay.
Yep. So that is gone. The one we're talking about right now, the 02, it does not get very many miles. I would say a couple thousand miles. It's mostly just, like I said, used here on the complex. It's used quite regularly in the summertime. When we're mowing lawns, picking up grass clippings, dirt, different things of that nature. And then it is our prime, or it's our only backup plow truck. When we start plowing here in the mornings, we start around 3:30, 4 o'clock. We have a very, very tight schedule for how everybody's coming in, from the chefs to the jail to the dispatchers. It's not just everybody comes in at 7 to 3. There's a very tight window, and everybody parks in a certain area, and we have to keep up with that window. And at times, there's two reasons this truck is extremely important. At times, if we hit a snowbank and a seal blows out on one of the pistons of the plow, which can happen now and then, what we do is park that truck and we jump in this truck and we keep going with our schedule and keep everything going and open. The other time it's come in really important, I don't know if it was last year, we had that one storm there, and we had this happen, but that one storm was 30 inches we got, for example. When we get over a foot and a half, oftentimes we have the backhoe, the other two trucks, and this truck going. I've had Bob Murray will jump in and help us in a circumstance like that and do some plowing to help us keep up when there's that much. So when we have huge storms or we have a breakdown, this is when it's important to have the backup vehicle because, like I said, it's such a tight window when everybody's getting here and when we have to have everything done that we need to be in the truck constantly to accommodate that window.
So if I could, please. So winter conditions, the 350 and the 2022 350 and the 2019 250 trucks, do they remain here on property?
Always.
Okay, so they're always here on property. And then at
Unless
the
they're
same time, the backhoe's always here on property, the skid steer's always here on property. Okay, I think I've asked all my questions. I think, again, this is another situation, and when we start if I could, in conversation with you, Mr. Chairman, and those here, that a $30,000 investment, I think we need to revalue, take another look at what services could be outsourced here. And we're talking about adding 100,000, adding 30,000 for a truck and so forth. And I think it's time that we start looking at services and what might possibly be different. I'm making no comment whatsoever about the job you do, sir. No comment at all. You do a fine job, as your people do. It's just that the delegation had heartburn adding that brand new truck, and it was decided by the commissioners that they had to have that brand new truck as the backup because they were only dealing with the 2019. I suggest that this is an unnecessary item at this time.
I would tend to agree at this time. Is there any reason this truck can't be kept on premises without getting inspected?
We have. We got to fix it. Obviously, with the transmission lines need to be fixed. But we've been going, a year and a half without it inspected, so it still can be on the complex for that. For now, it definitely has. Obviously, there's a reason they're not inspecting it because of the frame. But we can, we have been running it until it falls out, I guess.
Yeah, because you have two brand new trucks, basically, and a new loader which we just purchased a couple of years ago, or 3 or 4 years ago. And you have a backhoe or a loader. For this size complex, in my opinion, that's plenty of equipment to get this operation cleaned up.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Please. Is it a question for the chair or a question for everybody?
Question for Will. Can you live without the truck? And if we do keep the truck we have, is it safe to drive?
I think we can live without it. I think it's something we need to definitely consider in the future, but at this point, I think we can live without it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last.
Representative McConaughey.
Well, could you remind me, our 2005 GMC 6500 with a dump body purchased in 2008, what are we using that for?
That truck is two primary things. Is it's a delivery truck in the past for hay and wood when we did that program. Also, we use it to haul gravel and things of that nature around the complex. The 1 ton obviously doesn't have much capacity, so that one has a little bit more capacity if we're hauling loam and different things around. We also now have gotten away, or we've restricted, I won't say we've gotten away, but I've really restricted on deliveries. We just don't have the people and the time to make deliveries anymore. But that truck is also used to bring in most of, when there's only 2 guys, it's used to bring in most of the round bales. When it's out in the field, we can, well, one guy's baling, the other guy can leave the skid steer out there, fill this dump truck with bales, drive it back, dump it, come back and keep doing that while the other guy's baling. So it gets used tremendously now in that fashion, but it keeps low miles. We do the best, I do the best to make sure in the wintertime that we keep it in the barn so we're not getting salt all over it to make it last as long as we can. And even though it's getting a little older now, it's still a good truck for the purposes it does.
Does your, if I could, does your backhoe lift into that to dump into it?
Yes, sir.
So I believe we have sufficient trucks.
Yeah.
So we'll revisit this next year? Well,
Yes, sir, as long as the commissioners want to revisit it from their end, I'll definitely be wanting to revisit it at some point.
So would we remove that 30,000? Motion to remove 30,000 from the capital line. The shed for the Boy Scouts to remain. And did I hear that the 72-inch brush cutter was already purchased, or we
Correct.
don't need at this point?
Yep.
So I guess I'd be looking for a number.
2,500.
2,500 is your number.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Representative Bucco.
Yes, it seems like just to keep the property clean at certain times in the morning before everybody shows up, it seems like it's a prudent idea to have a backup. And since he's only looking for a used truck, I don't think it's a. I would vote no on this motion.
Understood, Representative. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Motion by McConkey, seconded by Cordelli, reduce the DPW capital budget to $2,500. McConkey is a yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
No?
And Avalani?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you. Do we have anything else for Mr. DeWitt today? Road repair, FEMA reimbursement, did we go over that? Did you guys have all set, taken care of?
That's in progress. It's kind of at a stall right now due to the time of the year. But Melissa had put in a lot of the paperwork for that. And we're revisiting with our contractor once, everything thaws out and we can get up there to fix that. We had a couple of visits from them on it, and we fixed the lower part to be able to access the water right away. And then the tower is the remaining part that FEMA's looking at to, I think it's two different parts. Put it back as it is, and then also additional, the word isn't improvement because they didn't like that word, but whatever the word is, basically improving it to help prevent it in the future, hopefully.
And that cost $2,800, $2,285.
I'm not sure on which, I don't remember the number, to be honest with you, off the top of my head. If it's in there, that's more than likely the number, I can't remember. I want to say it was close to 30,000 or 20-something thousand, but honestly, I haven't looked at the number, so I don't know what. The lower part was in the $2,000 or $3,000 range, and then to fix the upper part that we'll be looking at, I want to say it was close to 30,000. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Has that gone to the commissioners?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've been involved. It's been a while. I think it was in October, November that we did that. But they were involved in the conversation, I'm pretty sure.
Could take a year to get that money.
Correct.
Did it go, well, we're gonna have to pay for it. Did it go out to bid?
Not yet. I think it will. I think the plan is for it to go out to bid. I
Understood.
believe.
So that project hasn't started yet?
No, sir.
Okay, and that still would still be covered under FEMA grant money because of the flood repair?
Correct. Yes.
So just yesterday, you signed off on the final description of the incident scope, everything that FEMA sent for us to sign off on. It then goes to their team to look at the cost of the materials, the equipment, everything that was submitted in the preliminary quote, and see what number they come back with. If they agree with our $30,000 number, great. They also indicated that they could actually approve a higher number for us if they felt like ours was cutting it too low. The process will take about a month for it to go through that and come back to us with their finding on what the total project should cost. And then the commissioners have that information to decide if they want to move forward and put it out to bid. It's a 75-25 match, so FEMA would pay 75%.
What?
So we would be looking at that in this budget, potentially,
Potentially.
as a costs coming from somewhere?
We really haven't even talked about it.
Because we haven't gotten anything really tangible from FEMA yet.
My only comment is that FEMA will do 75, but a lot of times the state will split the other 25%, so it only leaves 12.5%, so we should probably investigate that.
Prior to our budget closing?
We can try.
Thank you. Representative McConkey,
Yes.
would a county project be added to our Carroll County tally for that?
They went and looked at the towns, and because of our structure, the county was entered as an individual item.
Thank you.
I would love to see some of that information that talks about them picking up and going to 12%, because nowhere in any of my conversations with any of the towns in FEMA or anyone else has anybody brought that up. So I would think we would be wise to budget for the repair and then hope that the reimbursement comes. But we were told by FEMA and the main visits I had from town to town, I didn't participate in this one, but that make the repairs, do what needs to be done, and the money will follow the best we can get it to you. So I would agree that you're going to need, the money in this budget.
And we have a price of 30,000.
I don't remember the number.
I don't have it right in front of me either, but it's,
In
let's
that
say
ballpark.
30,000.
So if they send me the quote, and we'll calculate 25% of that, not relying on any state participation, and we'll get that number.
Thank you.
Yep.
But we'd be counting, if I could, we would be counting on $30,000, and then if FEMA doesn't pick it up, because it does happen, they don't pick things up, then when we did get reimbursed we would have the money in case FEMA doesn't reimburse us.
So you'd like to see the full quote budgeted
For
for
something
them?
that small, I don't,
Okay.
what's your thought, Mr. Chairman?
I would tend to agree that we would budget for it, and then if the funds came in, we would just drop it as an offset, as revenue, just like we do everything else. But I do want to talk about removing the corrections roof monies.
Okay. From the long-term principal and interest expense?
Both sides, yep, because if we're not going to get it done this year, there's no reason to budget for it.
Right, so that's a good chunk.
Can I
Yes.
ask a procedural question on the FEMA?
Sure.
Going back just a half a step. Is that, should that be included in the budget, or is that treated like a grant, like victim witness and so forth, and we only put the match in the county budget?
I think we should fund the entire project and then see what we get back, and then whatever we get back is a bonus.
Right. It would be considered grant, to answer your question, there's no way to track it with the other grants, but, and then we could move the costs that pertain to the grant if that came to fruition.
Okay. And the commissioners will still need to approve the project overall. They have not. We've spent $2,500 or whatever just to get the road pass open so that you can get a vehicle up there. the additional work would be to make improvements and to the rest of the road. So the commissioners haven't even approved moving forward with the full project yet.
We do have another slice of the pie in the near future to finish off some of the pieces we're not picking up today. So we could be able to have that discussion further down the road.
I know that, if I could, I know that the town of Ossipee had over $1 million in claims, but they had the most sophisticated accounting software that none of my other towns, my 8 towns, was privy to and/or was will privy to in doing his estimate. Town of Ospree's already received their money. We checked with Madison, Representative Brown checked with Madison yesterday, and they feel that things are working on a timely schedule. But the problem with the FEMA process is, Will would have to say what machine worked on it to do repair and how many hours and how many people. It's a huge software issue that's driving everything. And Senator Shaheen's office has told me that they're working on a recommendation coming back that software should be made available to everyone instead of town of Ossipee being fortunate to have that piece of software. So I think there's a lot of room, and I will be having a conversation with Commissioner Quinn on that so that we have more interaction with the legislature and commissioners do with them going forward. So it's a high priority.
Fantastic, thank you, Mark. Okay, so we'll just move that to the side. We made the adjustments in the capital and Mr. DeWitt's capital fund. Any other things to come before us for you for right now?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Fantastic, thank you. I don't want to keep you here any longer.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the interest expense and the interest.
Okay.
Interest and debt.
Yep. So I took out the roof from 4711, which is principal, brings the number down to 551,655.
Say that again.
551,655 principal.
551565.
551,655.
Thank you.
And then I've taken it out of interest, and it brings interest down to 434,159.
Thank you.
434,195?
159.
159. Do you
Okay.
need a motion on those?
No, we just made adjustments, we're not done with them yet.
Okay.
Tax anticipation note, the security, the energy upgrade. I mean, we can certainly do those now, but that's coming down on the later.
Right.
Yeah. IT,
Okay, so the IT department head is not here, so I am going to present it for her. She is somewhere on the premise if you do have questions. I've got to find it here. Okay. So her total projected budget for '24 is $461,084.93. That is a decrease from last year's budget, and the biggest reasoning is that we've been investigating some of the software that has been at the county, and she did as well when she came on site and found we had duplicate software. So that's been taken out of the budget. And I think in looking at the numbers, not too much else has changed. Increase in salary. And that's about it.
and the new equipment line, still at 25,000?
Yes.
What was the expenditure at the end of the year?
$29,618. She doesn't want to increase it.
So will we see a transfer?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Cordell, any questions?
Yes. I'm not sure if it is in the IT budget or elsewhere, but we had a committee look at IT in terms of the in-house staff position, but also based on discussions, looked at the need for a system to track requested fixes, repairs, etc., installations, a help desk system, if you will. So I believe it estimated something in the neighborhood of $5,000 for a help desk system. And I'm just wondering if that made it in anywhere to the budget.
Well, I think that was included in last year's budget in the computer expense contracts. We upped that number, as I recall, to $91,000, and they have chose to keep that in there. I do not believe the help desk is in place yet.
If I could, would that be the same as the ticketing system?
Yes.
Okay. I do have a little information. Our IT director is actually working to build, she's familiar with how to build those types of systems, and she's actually built a preliminary system. She has a couple of users signed on to it to test it out, so she's actually building that in-house so that we don't have to pay for that from an outside vendor. Just learned that on Friday, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I may, I'm going to lead right into the capital budget as well, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, one second, Bob. Any more questions on the expenses side?
If we can get a new list of the county-wide contracts, software packages and amounts.
And that line's fully expended, right?
Yes.
Councilman Con.
If I could just go back and just discuss for a moment on the Siemens comment that our IT person has the ability to generate a similar program in-house. And going back to capital finances appropriation, our problem with the state of New Hampshire was, especially in the beginning before computer systems we relied too much on programs that were drawn by programmers in using old systems, and I can't, Cobalt or whatever the term might be, Lotus. And then we get 10 years, 20 years down the road, we thought we were saving money. Those persons retired out of the system, and we had no way now to use our information that was there. I would just hope that the commissioners are, sometimes you're pound foolish in doing it, and I'm sure this is a wonderfully talented person, but I just want to make sure that whatever system they're doing that for us is mainstream today. It's something that they've worked out of an Excel sheet or something that we're licensed for. I just want, and Glenn, would you disagree with what I'm saying there? So, that's about as far as my computer knowledge goes, how we got going from the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cordell?
Trying to remember if there were additional recommendations from the audit that had been done by Homeland Security. I can't remember the details on their recommendations, but if there was any budget implications from those recommendations.
You know, I'm not qualified really to give you specifics, and maybe you have a little bit more insight, but do you want to talk about that?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I will, you know, I will tell you, I mean, unfortunately, it would be better to have the department head here, but that she is trying to prioritize the items as a result of the audit in the priority that the audit dictated. And I know that there were certain deadlines, and Melissa may have more information, but there were certain deadlines which she is working towards to make sure that they're done when the deadlines existed.
I would just tell you this, that basically right now of the things that we've got going is probably, I would say, the number one priority. And we're a little behind the curve and we're working on it diligently.
I'm just wondering if, I believe this person's on campus, could we try and find some time the next hour for him to come by if Representative Cordelli has questions, or it's a $500,000 item?
It's not on campus today.
Not on
she's not?
campus?
Oh,
I don't think so.
Oh. She said
Maybe an
it's
IT person could zoom in?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let me step back.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
I misunderstood.
Do not disagree, Representative McConkey. So we'll just move on to the commissioner's budget. We'll return to the information technology.
So, point of clarification, I think you might need to do the Hales budget before we can do the commissioner, and for the same reason we had to hold the treasurer. Because of the... You're looking at me. Is that true, though?
No, we can make, when we accept the Hales location budget, we can go in and make the corresponding changes to the two lines.
Got it.
And then we can vote on the bottom line.
Okay. Do you want me to do your budget? Sure. Okay. Commissioners are budgeting $243,071.41. It is a $1,900 increase from the '23 budget, and it is primarily related to salary items.
Can I send that link to you if you don't have it?
What was the actual for year end?
Terrific, thank you so much.
I don't have that on mine.
She is not on campus, but can join on the Zoom.
Actual for the year was $234,687.
Thank you.
Education and conferences and utilities are where it was underspent for the most part.
And there was a period without commissioner.
Yeah, and commissioner's salary, yes.
If I could, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So I see that education conferences, and I believe the second item you mentioned was travel,
Utilities.
utilities. What about travel, Mr. Chairman? So $4,000 budgeted, 83% expended, or 678, and we're projecting going out to 4,000 again.
As of December, travel was $4,625.
Okay, so it had
So it
come
went
up
over,
there.
yeah.
Okay. And education conferences?
$1,069.
Okay. I don't have any.
Nothing further?
No, thank you.
Representative Cordelli?
Nothing.
Are you looking for a motion to hold on until So,
No, I want a motion so we can close this.
okay, motion on item 4130, Commissioner's Budget. And I don't know if this is a correct number or not. Is it 24307141?
Yes.
So I will move that number.
Second.
Second by Cordell. Any further questions?
Call the roll. McConkey, yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes?
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
4-0.
Thank you. Treasurer, same deal. 11291.16.
We had actually added the, well, let me put that, hold on. $11,383.35. Now, that can't be right. Did we change something else? Hold on.
Are we increasing the salary 1,000 for Hales?
Oh, we raised, oh yeah, because I added it in Social Security. Yeah, but we can't do that yet, because we haven't voted on it. So yes, you are correct, $11,291.16.
Thank you. Representative Cordell?
I would move the $11,291.16.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Representative Bucco, thank you. Mr. Clark?
Item 4151, Treasurer, at the number previously disclosed. Motion made by Cordelli, seconded by Bucco. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes?
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
4-0.
Mr. Chairman, I have the IT director on the Zoom. Are you ready for her to?
Sure, you can bring her in, and we're just going to do the long-term debt, because that's pretty easy.
What number is that?
Long-term debt's on 11. We have a new number on the long-term debt with the removal of the roof.
551655.
Thank you. Any discussion? That is for the registry project that we've had, the ongoing Siemens, and the security thing we did last year at the jail.
I would move the 4711 line appropriation of $551,655.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Motion, second by McConkey. Motion made by Cordelli. McConkey, when you're ready for the roll.
Question, Tom?
Yeah, I have a question. I don't see that number at all here.
We took out the, oh, go ahead.
Long-term debt, 4711.
Right, we took out the corrections roof
Oh,
amount of $94,122.
okay.
That should-
Oh, Mr. Clark?
Yes. Once again, item number 4711, motion made by Cordelli, seconded by McConkey. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes?
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We also have a interest expense, which is on the next page, page 12 at the top. We remove the roof corrections as well. The tax anticipation note number would we use last year?
We used the 190 last year. Oh, what was the actual? Sorry.
190.
Let's see, actual last year was 149,891.
We locked in for the same rate?
Yes.
I like your win.
Bring it down to 150?
No, I'm not saying that. 175?
All right, I'm fine with
170?
175. Nope, I'm
You said
fine with
170?
175.
Okay.
Is that easier?
that new number is 419,159.
Representative McConkey?
Motion was made by Cordelli, and was it seconded by Bucco?
I think so.
4721-23. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We have somebody on Zoom?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if there's any discussion about cybersecurity vulnerabilities, please be mindful to do that in non-public.
Correct. Yes, thank you. Sure. I think I have a non-public listed just in case.
Yep.
I believe Ms. Siemens is on the phone with the
Okay,
IT person.
perfect. All right, so we'll hold on to that. We'll go to capital expenditures, 4901. We've had some movement in those lines. Ooh, there's actually a big one in there.
Yeah, you still have to talk about the IT one. Do you want me to give you a little background while you're waiting?
Sure.
Okay. So what is showing right here, the 85,045 has primarily been spent or will be encumbered in '23. So I asked for a new number, and our IT department head has requested that we leave that 85,000 in there because they have found broken wires and various items that need to be dug up and found, and feel that that's still a reasonable price for '24 capital. So that's all the information I have, and feel free to ask those questions.
We will.
Okay.
That was an $85,000 item.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where do we have wires broken?
Pardon me?
Where do we have wires have to be done?
You'll have to ask her. I don't
Okay,
have
thank you.
those particularly.
Do you know if two servers were indicated, do you know if?
They've been ordered, they're being put to, I think, I'm not sure if they've all been received, all the parts, but they're being built with the help of another employee, county employee, and working on that. But they were ordered, so it allows us to encumber that into '23 because they had some underspending in '23 that allowed those expenses.
Do we have the IT, head of IT somewhere?
She lost her wireless signal, so she's calling in on the phone. I'm just waiting for her to be in the meeting. So no. Short
Thank you.
answer, no, not yet. Oh,
Okay.
I think this is her though. One moment, please.
Am I in?
You are. Good morning, good
Oh,
afternoon.
good. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually, I suppose.
Good afternoon. We were just talking about several things. The last item we were talking about was capital projects, and the indication that servers were ordered and the funds have been encumbered for 2023, but you're still thinking that the $85,000 request is still appropriate due to various things that have been discovered?
Yes, it's somewhat like when you go into a wall and then, there's asbestos and now things have changed. Well, we need to replace some of the backbone that the network is on.
Fiber, are you talking?
It wouldn't, it'll be cheaper. I can run it myself with outside Cat 6E.
Okay.
And that runs as fast as anything we're going to get.
Okay.
The other network is going to remain in place only for the building devices, like, the boilers and the door locks and things like that. We're separating the data from unnecessary entry points, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Follow-up.
Yes, thank you. Do you foresee a separate public network from the campus administration network? for security
Yes,
purposes.
it would be a completely separate network.
Okay, so that's in the works.
Yes, and I would propose that there's, not that it's like left wide open 24/7, or you'll have kids downloading, videos and movies all day long. But for I know people need it, so you put the password at the top of the blackboard or whiteboard that you have when you come in, so that they have the password. I only meant to propose that. Obviously, that's up for discussion, what you guys want.
Right. We were also having a discussion about the help desk or ticketing system.
Yes, I
Could you
have a
touch on that?
ticketing solution already. It's getting configured. There's a whole lot of things going on, and Justin, one of the people who works over at the attorney's office, is helping me, and it's just that there's many things to do side by side. If I'm to do this without disrupting any county business and with the least amount of change to the user's workflow, it's going to take a little bit. But we do have the ticketing system, and we're setting it up. And as we put the computers and the people into this domain, it's going to cover it. We can use the ticketing system without all of the hoopla by just creating a few local accounts for managers or somebody to put it in. But it's getting built, and it will be available, and very shortly, because it's a separate server.
Okay. And the software platform you are using for development?
The platform, the campus mainly runs on Windows. The Linux that is in there isn't anything anybody bumps into. It's things that run the boilers or the locks. I would like to introduce a few Linux servers. They have some very good security software on them that's highly programmable, and it's be like an extra firewall. Everything would have to pass through first.
Right, but the development of the help desk, what's that being written in?
Oh, it's developed. It's written.
Okay.
It's a service it's ITSL compliant, and it's called Ninja One. And they have a full inventory program, full ticketing program. It records when it was, how long somebody took to open the letter, the message the first time, how long they were on it, and all notes have to be recorded in it.
Okay.
My suggestion would be that not only can the people who submit the tickets see what's going on, but that their immediate person that they're a direct report of should be able to see, hey, I got 4 people that have tickets that haven't even been opened yet. You know what I'm saying? It covers everything. It's not going to hide anything.
So this was actually purchased, the Ninja One software?
It's a service you pay by the month. It's in the cloud.
Okay, right. Okay, so that's in your budget, the cost of that?
Yes, and it also, because the service is a really, really good one, we won't have to buy Sophos. But, it's like paying for this service comes with things that we can write off of the budget once it's all implemented.
Okay. And without getting into specifics, I think that there were some recommendations from an audit done by Homeland Security last year. Without getting into specifics, those recommendations are in process?
Yes, definitely. The ticketing service was one of them. And I have planned security classes for all employees so that and onboarding, like a 4-hour IT onboarding for employees so they know how to submit a ticket, how to do this, what they can do, what the policies are going to be for being on the network, no bring your own device without clearing it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just to give them the complete overview and make sure they understand the policy, because it's serious.
Definitely, yeah.
So is it an intranet or an intranet?
We'll have both. I mean, we'll have an intranet inside that employees could go to and download videos of, because I plan to record the classes and chunk them and put them up so that if somebody needs a remedial lesson, like I'm just saying how to make a pivot table as an example, they would be able to go look at that lesson first. They don't have to ask somebody else. They can go look and go, oh yeah, that's right. I'm hoping to interest all of the employees into being more productive.
Back several years ago, we had, let's say, maybe you'd call it a user group, where we had periodic meetings of someone from each department to talk about status of things in their department, problems, issues, and so forth. Have you considered anything like that?
Absolutely. That's something I picked those things up when I was working with a company that did Agile. It's imperative to have IT department meetings just so that they can say, oh, well, we would like to do this. And then the other guy goes, oh, wait, but that's going to interrupt this process. Let's work it a little different. It's the way to make things go correctly. They don't bang into each other and there's no problems. Everybody's on the same page. You know what I mean? And they're willing to help each other.
Right. We had, when you came on board, in place a contract with a local vendor for IT services. How is that process working out between you as an in-house person and the contractor?
Basically, the way I've approached it, and I said this to them and the people at the county, he's got to do what he does. He built that network at Tiny, and it's difficult. It's got 3 mail servers on it, and it's like, so he needs to keep that network running just like he does. And I am concentrating on building a brand new rocket ship for us.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's hard if I have to go run over there and check somebody's electrical plug and then come back and try to keep going. And then your guys will be going, like, how long was this going to take? So that's, we made that separation. John, you're being paid, keep doing what you do. I'll be moving people off shortly as soon as the servers are tested.
Okay, so you're going to migrate people from the contractors network over to what you're building.
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Everything will be completely and utterly secure. Locked, passwords changed every X time, no service accounts that haven't been hardened. I know you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Some of you might, but I want to make sure the county owns that network, lock, stock, and barrel. And the county is the one that can say, push a button and change all of the administrative passwords automatically with a script. Anytime somebody from IT leaves or anybody who's had elevated privileges, first thing you do when they're being, having their end termination talk, cut them off. Make sure they're not connected to servers. Make sure their phones aren't connected to the email. It's an immediate shut-off of all services. Otherwise, they could maintain their service if they already had a connection, even if we disabled the account. Once the connection's established, it can stay open. So that's why I go through and make sure to kick them off of absolutely everything, including, the Outlook on the phone. I don't figure you want people back in that have chosen to not get along or have said they were leaving.
Correct, sure. One request I had mentioned earlier that I'll just repeat for your benefit. was wondering if we could get a list, when possible, of the countywide contracts and computer expense contracts that are included in your budget.
Absolutely, and I will get those all collected up. I'm basically, occasionally, I run across somebody sending in an email saying, hey, this is ready to renew, and I didn't know we had it. There wasn't a list when I came in of inventory, and I mean, if I ask here and there, it's only because I discover it. I'm trying to reach out to vendors and say, what do we own? What are the licenses? When did they get paid? Who signed it? That's part of my process too. But again, it's one of those things that takes a few hours a day, and then the rest I try to budget towards putting the ticket system and the servers and the network up.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion for our budget.
Yes, I move the IT budget line 4200 in the amount of $461,084.93.
Do we have a second?
McConkey.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Motion to accept the budget as printed, item 4901, capital expenditures IT, motion made by Cordelli, seconded by McConkey. McConkey is a yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yeah, yes.
Was that an enthusiastic yes?
That was a yes.
That was a yes, sorry. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And on the capital expenditures, the IT line, you asked,
Right.
you asked for 85,000. Would you be happy with the lower number? Since you already have your servers for this year?
I was going to say, I'm going to try to bring that number in as low as possible. That only gets me a kudo from you guys. I don't want to spend everything. I just want to have it available for the things that I know may happen, because I have to project forward.
Would you be agreeable to?
Yes, I would accept whatever you decided was appropriate. And I suppose if I got to a
I don't know if you want to say exactly
I
that.
need another 10 grand to finish this, and I can do that to have.
Would you be agreeable to $70,000?
Yeah, that's fine. The equipment, I just shop really clever, and because the equipment costs are going to be in there as well. I'll just make sure we get really great deals on them.
There's actually no line item for that. We're going to have to make that. So you still have a line in your regular budget for new equipment of 25,000. This is in your capital expenditures.
New equipment is for like computers that people use. Or, you know what I'm saying? This is for a new network, a secure 5G network that's locked and loaded.
70,000?
Right now, the concept is made of 4 or 5 individual patchwork networks that were completely separate originally. And it doesn't have as much integrity as it should.
Thank you for being vague on that.
I beg your pardon?
Thank you for being vague on that. Do not go into security issues on a public meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, thank you. CFO, we do not have a line for that built in 4901. Do we have a number that will be built for it?
If we change the capital to 70,000?
No, they're actual line item. There is no moniker for it, like a 098 or a 099.
Oh.
There's no line associated with that expenditure.
I see what you're saying.
So we're going to renumber something?
Yeah, but I hate to give that to you right now until I can look at my structure.
Sure.
If we
But
can,
it will have a.
it will have a number, absolutely, yep.
Thank you. An adjustment has been made. Do we have a motion?
I'd move the IT capital expenditures line of $70,000.
Do I have a second?
Made by Cordelli, seconded by McConkey.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Representative Bucco?
Are we changing this 85 to 70?
Correct.
Okay,
But we don't have a number yet.
We just don't have an account number.
it just says IT.
Yep.
Yeah.
We will be building that. We'll be authorizing that.
Motion made by Cordelli, seconded by McConkey. McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Avalani?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, 4-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. All right. Hang tight here for a second. 4901 has now been adjusted multiple times. Do we have a new number?
354,114.
Representative McConkey, do you move that?
I do.
Thank you.
Don't believe the line number for that, sir.
That is the 4901 package.
Okay.
354,114.
354114.
Okay, motion made by McConkey, seconded by
Cordelli?
That closes that
McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
That's the enthusiasm I like. Mr. Chairman?
one. Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Two, we're going to talk about at the same time, non-capital reserve and capital reserve. Can you speak to those, CFO?
Where are they?
Right
I
under
can.
4901.
Okay, so the non-capital reserve is the reserve fund that we created in the '23 budget to cover vacation payouts and the sick bank. As you know, in '23, we had elected officials leave, which prompted a discussion and a conclusion on payout of benefits for elected officials. So that really drained that particular account. We had established in '23 we wanted to maintain $150,000 in that account, or start the year with that, and we are now owe the general county fund $40,000. So I am suggesting we transfer $190,000 to bring us to the $150 ceiling.
Okay, so you're not looking for 190 and then 150?
There are two different things. The non-cap, I'm just talking about one. The 190 is to go into that special reserve we created. The 150, I am requesting that we take some of our fund balance and put it into the capital reserve that we created last year with $1. And I know that that was a topic of discussion, but I do feel we're in a position this year that we could start that capital reserve fund with $150,000.
Let's take that one at a time.
Okay.
Has the 190 and the 150 been allocated in this budget already?
Yes, they're in the totals.
Motion to approve the 190 to recapitalize the non-capital reserve for unanticipated expenses for separations.
Correct.
McConkey moves that motion.
Second.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, McConkey votes yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
4-0.
All right, transfer to capital reserve. Capital reserve is going to be used for what, and is that lapsing or non-lapsing?
It's going to be non-lapsing, and our original intent is to start building that up on an annual basis so that when we have emergencies in the capital area that come up, such as the jail corrections, if we were to build it up that high, we wouldn't have to put it out for lease or bond. And that's really the intention of the account. And we did write in the policy that we would come to the delegation, I believe, before any of that was spent.
And I take it we'd be able to get a copy of that policy?
Yep, yes, I think you saw it last year, I believe, but yes, absolutely.
I'll send,
I think it was in our motion as well, so it's in our minutes for that creation of that.
Bucco's question.
Oh, sorry, Representative Bucco.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you saying that we're going to take money from the fund and put it into a contingency fund?
Well, it will be a reserve fund specifically, we have a policy that structures the use and the approval of that use. And it'll just go in and start building that account. My hope is that every year we can set money aside in that fund and keep building it, so that when things come up, such as the jail security issue or the roof at corrections, that we'll have funds to be able to pay for that ourselves versus going out for bond or leasing and paying interest expense.
Representative McConkey.
Mr. Chairman, I'm confusion. I like the idea of a capital reserve fund with a policy, and I believe we have oversight coming back to the delegation. That's all great. Is this the first year that we would be raising funds to put in that, or do we have a capital reserve already?
We established it in the budget process last year with $1.
Okay. If I could the commissioners weigh in, or you, please? Let's say that the county wanted to enter into an agreement to pay for consultant as part of a grant process or whatever, whether it be over the sewer system, the water system, so forth. Would those sort of matching funds be eligible to be used from that capital reserve, as you understand it? So if we needed $20,000 or $50,000.
That really wasn't the intent of it.
Right.
The intent was for pure capital emergencies.
Okay.
Like the one we had last year with the boilers towards the end of the
Right.
of the year, we had to do some transfers for the $80,000, so I think that would be part of it. If a generator goes bad, we would have the money on hand to fix it and then have it come out of this
right, we had a
reserve
grinder.
account. The grinder that went down,
We had a substantial lightning strike in August
That's
that
right.
cost tens of thousands of,
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not opposed to creating a savings account for the county.
That is correct.
Commissioner McGee.
Just as an aside, I think in this situation, it's really important because we really don't have a professional evaluation of the facilities here. So, and Bob does a good job of staying on top of it, but nobody's really gone through and said, how long is the roof gonna last, how long, the nursing home, in Mountain View now is, I forget how old, now 10, 15 years old, and things time out. And where we don't have capital reserve funds set up specifically for specific things, I think it's really important to do this, because unfortunately, nothing's $5,000 anymore. Everything is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I would tend to agree, because when I first got here, we were always behind the 8 ball of finding funds to fix this or that. And it's taken us 10 years to get here, but we're here. And I'm happy to fund it. Is 150 enough, or is 150 too much? That's the question we have.
I can't answer that. I'm working on it with, I've asked, myself and the other commissioners are discussing how we go forward with evaluating what we have in terms of what we're gonna need going forward.
Right, because usually, if you have 5 buildings, you'll have a roof.
Siding, whatever it is,
or
parking lots,
maintenance
paving.
for that. So if a roof comes up, hey, here's 40 grand, is to fix that roof, or if you haven't come up with, we started it when we opened the jail, when they opened the jail, to have something, even 20,000, you just go into it, we'd be well ahead of the curve. especially the nursing home boilers are coming up and HVAC and everything else, so we could, this would be a great start for that project as long as it is administered correctly. So,
I wouldn't want to see it to be any less, Mr. Chairman. At this point, we can reevaluate it next year or the year after.
sounds great. That is your motion, Representative McConkey?
I would move 150,000 transfer to capital reserve. Motion made by McConkey, seconded by
Second.
Bucco.
Any further discussion?
Seeing none, McConkey votes yes. Cordelli,
Yes.
Bucco,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
4-0.
Thank you.
Will we Mr. Chairman, could I ask a
Sure.
question? Will we discuss fund balance at some point here? We haven't got to that yet, have we? I don't know if I'm using the correct term, what we put in reserves,
Right, that's,
the 10%,
As we do revenue.
15%, whatever.
I think the CFO is well prepared to answer that for us.
Yeah, it's actually in the last page of your packet. Actually, look at it right over here. So, because of where we ended up this year with the additional funds in pro share, 1.9 million, more than we budgeted. And we also received a significant amount of abandoned property that was discovered, which was almost another, probably 800,000. Our fund balance,
Okay, we're going non-public on that? Or do you need, or is that public?
yeah, we've discussed it, I think, in our meetings here.
Public through the New Hampshire Abandoned Property Division. Yep.
But do you want to go in non-public for that?
No, there's nothing to go on. I mean, if it's something we can certainly discuss in the open, we should know where that windfall came from.
Well, that's a good question. In dealing with abandoned property, it's not always very straightforward why they have that money there. But apparently, the county had about 10 different addresses, which no longer existed. And so checks were being sent to all these different addresses. They weren't deliverables, so they were then eventually turned over to the state of New Hampshire Abandoned Property. And I was calling for something, and the woman started laughing at me because she said, well, you have a lot more in abandoned property than that. So the further we went into it, we had to basically go through and verify all of the addresses, that they were actually county addresses. And it was funds that came in as a result of COVID, funds that we would not have known about that came in probably anywhere from 2018 to 2022. And that's really all I can tell you about it. It wasn't grant money that we knew about. It was just additional funds that were being sent out to counties and towns throughout the state of New Hampshire. And so maybe the Department of Health had a different address, went there, got returned. So it was a pretty significant amount of money, obviously.
Just, Representative Booker, what page are you on?
The very last page. That detail's not on there. It was kind of leading into the discussion of the fund balance.
So different addresses on file is what different agencies had for an address for us.
Correct.
So now that we've identified the several agencies that have, how do we make sure that everyone has our correct address?
Well,
So
we've
that we
reached
don't-
out to the agencies that we knew were listed, because it does list the agency, and made sure they had our correct address. So as long as we have captured everybody on that list, and there's nobody else that was not on that list, we're good. We've changed the addresses.
Next time, could you ask them if McConkey's on that list?
Sure.
Thank you.
Everybody actually should go on there. You'd be surprised that you have abandoned property. Yes.
Oh, Sean, yes, Representative Booker.
How much did we end up with from that?
I'd say it was close to about 800,000.
Wow,
Yeah.
800,000.
And how old does it get? Because I know abandoned property has to go in after a year. Is it How far back, how many years back has this?
Some of it went to 2018, but that wasn't the big part of the money. There was like some very strange things from registry, just in a very, very strange amount. Some of them were $11, some of them were $400,000. So, but they went back to 2018.
I can understand the $11, but 400,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be,
Yeah.
yeah,
How long is,
yeah.
Oh,
That'd be a check I'd
what
go
happened on
get.
the other end when they didn't get that check back?
I don't know how they reconcile that. They must,
So that's what happens. Like, say we have an outstanding check that hasn't been cashed for a year. We go through our checks here and contact the vendor. And if we can't get a hold of the vendor, we void the check in our system and then write a check to the state of New Hampshire Abandoned Property, and they take it from there.
wow.
And that's really what every business owner, every town, any entity should be doing.
I'm sorry, what department is that?
It's New Hampshire Department of Abandoned Property.
That's through the treasury.
Yeah, but it's abandoned property.
I mean the treasurer.
State of New Hampshire's treasurer, yeah.
So we won't be getting that this year.
No, no, I've cleaned it out.
Okay.
Somebody, does that Melissa just put that up there?
Yeah.
We have returned more than, oh, I see, okay.
It's 170 million or 170 billion?
Yeah, but that's not
Million.
for us.
So the reason I brought that up was in calculating the fund balance, because we received in excess of 1.9 on the pro share and another 800,000 plus, I felt that we were extremely safe in using 3.7 million of our fund balance to offset expenses. And that still leaves an extremely healthy fund balance for us in case of emergencies moving forward. I'd say, with the close of #23, we're probably close to 18% fund balance, and the state of New Hampshire recommends between 5 and 17. So I feel like we're in an extremely healthy position.
Hey, hold on, what's the dollar amount gonna be on that,
On what?
on the 18%?
$7,213,000.
That's after we put 3 million into this budget?
Correct.
That's significant.
Hang tight, Representative McConkey.
You being a numbers person, ma'am, 1% of that balance is how much money?
Which
1%?
balance? Which balance?
The proposed, we're going to spend out the 3 point whatever million dollars to lower taxes, leaving us an 18% balance for a bad day. And so what's 1% of 18%?
72,000.
72,000? If I could.
Follow up?
So, I understand that there's a calculation of how much money we're supposed to maintain, and I believe it's been kicked around, and we have, as a delegation in past years, used a much smaller amount than that. We've now grown this up to 18%. And that's sitting there. Are there uses that could be used for that money other than for the purpose of a calamity? I'm getting back to my question about in the event that we were to have the availability of accepting a grant for a project, whatever it might be, a new sewer system or whatever, and we need to come up with 20%, and that's a very large number on a multi-million-dollar system. Can the commissioners authorize that money to be spent in conjunction with the delegation, or is that money frozen when it's there?
No, it's not frozen, that's undesignated funds, which means that it's available to cover operations of the entity, the county.
operations events. In my example, could it be used for that, matching funds for a project?
If that's what was voted, yes.
Voted by the commissioners
Yeah.
and approved by the delegation.
Correct.
Through the supplemental appropriation for September 1st.
I'm sorry?
Through the supplemental appropriation
As a supplemental appropriation.
before September.
So if we designate 18% to go into that fund, and the county had an opportunity for the benefit of the county for a project, and they wanted to use some of that money, we would then have to go through a supplemental budget to get that money back?
Yes.
Okay, let me chew on that.
Yeah, years ago, I had gotten information not just from DRA, but from Wolfboro, Moultonboro, various places, even a prior auditor on the amount that we should maintain in the undesignated fund balance. And I think Wolfboro was 10%. Another town was 12%. And the prior auditor was something in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 months, I believe, to keep on hand. I wouldn't want to see us make any decision on the amount to be used here until we get a better handle on the revenue and all the numbers. But, you know, if the undesignated fund balance is that high, I would look at even using it, for instance, for the, $350,000 in capital projects. Use the undesignated fund balance, some of that for those expenses, for instance. But this is very helpful to me, but I'd want to hold off until we are to the, basically the end of the process, so we can see how much the tax increase would be and how much we could use from the undesignated fund balance to reduce the amount by taxes. And I'd also point out that the 11 million that we're talking about right now in the undesignated fund balance is unaudited,
Correct.
right, as opposed to an audited number.
And also,
Representative Bucco, sorry.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, the undesignated fund balance is not a cash account.
Correct.
It's an indication of your economic standing of all your assets minus all your liabilities.
Correct.
It's not,
It doesn't equate dollar to cash, and that's what I was going to say afterwards, is that you have to be careful because it doesn't equate a dollar to dollar. And so we need to make sure that not only do we have enough in the fund balance, but that we don't liquidate it past and approve expenditures past the point that we have available cash.
Right. For instance, we just approved taking 150,000 to start the capital reserve fund. We took from the undesignated fund balance.
We did take it from there?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
It was part of the 3.7 that's in the first budget under your county general for reduction fund balance. That was part of that 150,000.
And just one more piece, oops.
it was
follow-up?
just something that
Yep.
the CFO suggested that that's where it should come from. It wasn't, and that's where we took it from, understanding that, right? But generally, I'm sorry.
It's okay, go ahead. It's getting late, I know.
Generally, it gets used to lower the taxes when we finish with the budget. But I mean, we've had times in this delegation, or in this.
Do you have to remind us?
Well, we already went all the way, we went right past it.
Yeah. When
We had a negative.
Yeah, we were in a negative.
Yeah, there was 1 year.
Representative
I remember
McConkey.
Well,
Thank you. Is there a rule of thumb, in your experience, and it's an unaudited number, and I know that process has to run its course. Is it safe to assume that at least 50% of that money will end up being cash, if needed? It would seem to me that figure can't be that far off.
Well, I would say 50% of cash, that probably is reasonable.
Would you go 60? I'm gonna use
No. I'll stay with 50. And just one more number of interest, our fund balance right now, projected through the end of '23, I don't expect there to be adjustments that are going to be material. They weren't last year. I don't expect there to be this year. Is about 3.4 months of expenditures.
Do we have the number?
Which number? 1 month's projected,
I want the total in the fund balance as of January 1,
oh,
24.
11,512,436. Monthly expenditures, 3,339,000. So it's about 3.4 months worth of expenditures. And that's before we take out the 3.7 that I'm suggesting.
So that's,
Do we have
that's in little tiny numbers on page
Yes.
17.
yeah.
yep.
Do we have a balance in the Siemens account?
What do you mean a balance?
If you want, let's say we wanted to use some of this fund
Oh,
balance to pay it off so we could save the payment and interest.
oh,
I mean, it's.
yeah, I don't have it with me, so I couldn't tell you, but I can look for that.
Commissioners like that idea? Or not asking for a vote, but of paying something off?
Sounds reasonable. Sounds reasonable.
But again, I'd like to see what the cash, what the
I was just
impact
gonna
is
say
for the
that,
cash
I don't
flow.
like to shoot from the hip, but
Yeah.
Right.
yes.
Because I want to say it was 1.3 million? Our original?
Siemens?
Siemens? Or was it more? Or was it
I think
1.8
it's
million?
more.
What, that Siemens account?
Yeah,
I mean,
the-
Siemens
the
contract?
Siemens contract.
The contract,
Then when they put in all the new boilers?
yeah.
I don't know what it was.
Uh,
But Bob said-
Melissa, what was it, 2-3 years ago?
Probably.
I'm trying to find the finance documents
How much is
right now.
left on that?
I don't want to.
Oh, wait a minute, I got the audit right
Okay.
here.
How much is left?
Ah, it's in the audit. She has it.
We won't decide this.
The 2022.
No, we have a couple of pieces to work on. We're going to work on the revenue when we're done with the discussion. We have other things to adjust and take in the full revenue.
No, this doesn't give a breakdown.
Yeah,
No.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't have the breakdown in the
Okay.
notes. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Because I think, I mean, if we have, if we've gotten I hate to say it, a windfall of $800,000, let's put it
Yeah.
to paying something off.
Versus using it to pay down the fund balance, or to pay down the taxes, because that's.
We can use
Both.
We can use both. I know. That's why I want to know how much was left on it.
Yeah, I mean, because the TAN has not been settled yet, and the attorney is talking
Who is that?
about decreasing
IT.
the TAN amount that we
I
can
think we're all
take.
set with her. She wants to go.
Which makes me a little nervous.
What's her name?
Bonnie.
Bonnie O'Rourke.
Bobby.
Ms. O'Rourke,
Yes?
we're all set with your budget if you want to continue on with your day.
Oh, well, I thank you very much. I was interested in listening. I think it's a wonderful process.
Oh,
Thank you.
perfect. Well, hang around. We like visitors.
Does she have lunch with you?
Okay, this is a good thing.
Okay. Yes, I mean, even the jail thing. I mean, that was just last year.
I know.
And if it's something that we can get off our budgeting rolls so we can actually lower the budget without having to increase it, it's a win for everybody.
Okay. I really want to crunch the numbers, though.
I do too.
Because, it makes me nervous.
Well, at $11 million, it makes me nervous too, because that means we've been over budgeting. And we've gotten some windfall that
Well,
we
I
might
think the
not have in the
windfall is
future.
what, I think the 2023 additions is what put us there.
Okay. I just want to make sure that, so if we take all that out, what was our over-under for the year if we were actually to budget, if we did a zero?
Almost break even. We're not that far ahead, but I can, again, I'll put those numbers together for you.
Okay. Because I like, the end of year, and then we look, and then, if we over budgeted $1 million, maybe we could squeeze
Yep.
a little bit back, and
I
then,
understand.
yeah, okay. Revenues, we'll do that real quick, since we just had a large discussion on them. We're not gonna set the tax rate. Representative McConkey.
Thank you. When we met a number of weeks ago, the registrar had brought together projections on revenue, and we erred on a very low threshold. I'm wondering if by the time we finish this, I would like to hear a report to see if income revenue has increased at all in a month's time after we'd started that process. The projection of what we were going to do was based on up to a certain date, and I would like to see if the trend is continuing to go less, or if it is actually climbing in the opposite direction. And then possibly, from that, make a decision, have a discussion on whether we would revamp that income proposal.
Correct, yeah, because we already accepted it at 744 rule.
Yep.
We can certainly have that discussion.
Current data.
Yeah, we accepted the corrections, we accepted DPW. The sheriff, we didn't do, has they gotten, we have to wait till March for we have to wait another month for their agreement. That's the only one we're waiting on. We did, Bonnie, we did, for the revenue, we did the nursing home,
Yep,
DPW, corrections, registry.
yep.
We were holding for the sheriff's income, because for the contract in Eaton,
Yes,
I know it's in there, but it hasn't been approved.
yep.
We need to accept the water department income. The unincorporated places of 25.5, that still hasn't been approved?
No, none of the county general has been approved.
Okay. Motion to approve the 25.5 from the water department. Representative Cordelli,
So moved.
thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Certainly.
I don't know where we are.
We're on page 2 in the revenue.
Yeah.
General fund revenues.
I'm on page 2, but,
That's the top.
huh?
At the top.
Thunder County General?
Yep. Second one down. Under income from taxes.
Oh,
It's okay.
22 million?
Under that. 25.5.
Oh, water.
Yep.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't see that.
Question, are we open for discussion?
Well, we have a first and a second, so we can certainly have a discussion. Representative McConkey.
On the water department income, have the commissioners, could the commissioners share public or non-public, what the basis of that income is? Is it a flat rate per housing unit or commercial unit? Are we at a metered flow? Are we moving to a metered flow? And do we know, are the commissioners aware of what delinquency rates are for that? And how many people are not paying for water? Not delinquency, but I know we have an agreement. I know of one, and I hear there could be four. Has that all been sorted out, and you have a strong understanding of where we are?
I'd like to say yes, but to be honest, I'm not sure. To the best of my knowledge, I thought it was 3 people that weren't paying for water, but, and it was something to do with prior agreements, which was way before me. And
So-
I'm not sure exactly how that came to be.
Yeah, so the finance department, they're very good at tracking delinquent and bringing it to the commissioner's attention when there is delinquent issues and setting up payment plans. And there are meter readings taken, of which are entered into the system and charged at a rate, flat rate.
And so our individual users, whether they be commercial or residential, have a meter at each one of their properties.
As far as I understand, they do.
That's my understanding. I mean, I haven't gone and looked at them, but that's how I believe it works.
And I do know that Will has replaced them and deals with issues if the particular resident.
If I'm off track, I'm just going to ask one more question. So, when's the last time we adjusted that rate? I'm
don't
going
have
to
any-
shoot a number 10 years or more.
I was gonna say, it hasn't been done since I've been on the commission.
I believe it was done last year, in '22, as I recall. No?
My face was, I'm not sure. It
Oh,
wasn't a no.
yeah.
If we could have that information, and I don't know if they're large enough to have to go through the PUC or what the process is, but if we could find out over the last 10 years, what percentage that's been increased.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because I know my water bill's 10% of that,
Yeah,
just for me. Okay, motion is made and seconded. Any further discussions, which I'm sure we'll have some information back on all that? Mr. Clark?
Item number 018, Water Department income showing at $25,500. Motion made by Cordelli, if I remember right, and Bucco second. McConkey, yes. That's a weak yes. I'm sorry, Cordelli.
Yes.
I got lost. Bucco.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. 050, opioid settlements. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Opioid settlements.
Is that an ongoing thing, or is this a one-time payment, or is this anticipated revenue?
It's ongoing. We quoted or put the 35 in there because it is ongoing. That's what we received in '23. So really don't know. It could be significantly higher or the same, or really don't have, it's just an estimate.
What was the actual for '23?
$34,111.
So it didn't go up past October?
No,
So it was a one-time payment probably in June or July?
2 payments, I believe, but
At separate times of the year, or are they back-to-back, like June 30th and then July 1st, because 2 different budgets?
I don't remember honestly, sorry.
No worries.
We budgeted 88.
35, okay. So 1, 2, that's done. Sheriff, we have to wait for his Eaton agreement. That's gonna be March.
Interest income,
Say that again?
interest income, down to.
Yes, I was just gonna say, we're not gonna know on the sheriff's thing till March.
Right.
Are you moving the opioid settlement, Mr. Chairman? Are we passing on that?
No, let's get that wrapped up. Motion to approve $35,000 for an opioid settlement.
So moved.
Representative Cordelli, seconded by
Second.
Representative Bucco.
Motion made, 3509.050 opioid settlements. Number's been disclosed. McConkey, yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
4-0.
All right, interest income. The CFO can explain that.
Yep, I'm projecting 10,000. I believe that's to be a conservative number. It is more than last year, but we did switch over all of our banking into interest-bearing sweep accounts so that all of our funds, whether they are in a regular checking account or not, are being swept and earning interest at the New Hampshire pool rate. So the Bank of New Hampshire came up with a new model to match the New Hampshire pool interest rate, investment pool, and felt that it was less risky to keep it with the Bank of New Hampshire. So they're matching it on a weekly basis.
We're at the bottom, just before the yellow line, all the revenue.
Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
061.
Yep, 061, Tom. All right, so I have questions on that. What is the rate now?
It changes weekly. I couldn't tell you, honestly.
So we've had a month, so we started it last year?
Yeah.
What was the total for last year?
Last year was, let's see, where's interest income? $72,110. But they did a lot of retroactive work for us and gave us a lot of retroactive interest because it took them so long to get the arrangement in place.
So how long was that in place for? Partial year or whole year?
They finally put it in place in, I think, September, October timeframe, and they went retroactive back to last spring, April.
So 8 months, we got 70,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we only projecting 10.
Why am I? I just am. I just do not want to over budget that number because it really depends what we have in the bank account at the time, including the nursing home transfer account, the county checking.
As of right now, it should be $10 million in that.
No, there's not $10 million in there.
Well, less a month's worth of.
Plus the bond payment gets paid. And so that million plus, 2 million plus has already been paid for the year.
Okay. CFO wants to go with 10,000. I think we should go with more, but motion to approve 10,000.
So moved.
Thank you. Second, Greg Bucco. Any further discussion?
Why 10,000? Mr. Chairman, would you enter a discussion at least to go to 20,000?
I don't know. What would the CFO think?
I mean, I just, if I could continue.
Certainly. Oh, my apologies.
I fully understand the need to have concerns, but I think at times we're short-sighted on that number, and then the taxpayers end up paying for that. So that's quite a move from 70 to 10. And I don't have a crystal
Can we table this and let me
ball.
crunch some numbers? I would request that.
We have a motion and a second. Let's accept the 10, and then we will be looking forward to your adjustment.
Okay.
So you, the chairman, would like to see a yes vote, or we withdraw at this
The
point?
chairman would like to see yes vote on the 10,000. I'd like to see a suggestion from the CFO to modify that number.
And we can do that after an affirmative vote?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We would just, reconsider.
Okay, so, McConkey, a slight yes. Cordelli,
Yes.
Bucco,
Slight yes. Yes.
and Mr. Chairman,
Half a yes.
4-0.
Thank you.
I'd make a note that we only budgeted 6,500 the year before. 23.
I'm glad to see that we're moving towards more of an interest bearing, because that was always a issue when we first, I think we were all talking about that, why are we not just putting it in a sweep account or at least a money market to, offset some of the costs of the taxpayers. I'm just going to circle through this whole thing. We did the convention, county attorney, victim witness, commissioners, finance. We didn't do the commissioners yet, right?
No, we did, I think.
You voted on the line, but knowing that you need to come back because of,
Hales.
Right.
Finance is done, treasurer is done, special,
Still on revenue?
I'm just going over all the departments we've already done.
I don't think we've done buildings and facilities.
yep,
Yeah, we did.
We did.
We did?
Yep.
Okay, I missed that.
I'm just looking at special fees and services.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't exist anymore, does it?
no.
It's been allocated appropriately to the department. Yeah.
The only ones I'm showing open are UNH regional appropriations.
Yep, we'll take those at the full delegation.
I don't know where it is.
You're on or I'm just going on the first page, Tom, going through, make sure we've tagged everybody we had to. Registry's done, county's done, IT's done, sheriff's done, dispatch, corrections, DPW, BEAS, long-term debt, interest expense, capital expenditures, and we did your 2 transfers for your capital reserves.
Correct.
And we took care of the nursing home today and the revenues today. So we only have a very small section left. So I want to thank the gentleman for the indulgence of getting this committee together to go through this prior to the full delegation.
Oh,
We did a lot of work today that could save a lot of time at the full delegation.
Sure. And made some significant adjustments.
Yes, we did.
Would you like to know how much?
just keep the running total.
Might as well, yeah, we have a live running total?
I do. You've saved so far $330,068.
Starting, that's what I was looking at, 1%.
It's exactly 1%.
Okay, well done.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go into our line item transfers. We'll get those out of the way. No further budget business at this time,
Okay, no budget.
so we will continue on with our meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I will give you a few.
Thank you, Mr. McGee, and send our thanks to Representative Nelson. I'll send my regrets to
Commissioner McCarthy.
Commissioner McCarthy, because I know Frank's been under the weather.
Yeah, he's having surgery next week.
Yeah.
Is that why she's not here? What's that?
Boom, boom. And we have live. Do we have the reel?
Of course you do.
Thank you.
The originals.
The originals, yes.
These are all the originals for signature once they're running off.
Thank you. All right, Old Courthouse, 2325.
25.
2023-25.
Starting from the back.
I don't think I have 20.
Thank you for that.
Am I in the wrong?
Did you say 25?
We should start with
No, it's not,
32.
I don't have 25.
That was in your old packet.
Okay.
Starts at 35.
My apologies.
This
Starts
one?
at 32.
32. that one.
2023-32.
There we go.
Transfer amount requested. 15 to public. 4.
Oh, this is just clearing up their end of year.
Yes.
All right, $15,240. The explanation is on the back. It is budgeting, clearing up their budgeting line so they're no longer showing in the red. Motion to approve, $15,240 for 2023-32.
So
Cordelli and
Second.
Kukoc. If you're in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. McConkey, yes. Cordelli.
Yes.
Bucco.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
4-0 approved.
HR, same thing, to clean up their numbers for the year, 1665. 2023-33, motion to approve.
So moved.
Made by Bucco, seconded by Cordelli. If there's no discussion, motion by McConkey to approve, yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
4-0.
Thank you. County facilities. Same thing, 2023-34, in the amount of 1565.07 to clean up end-of-year numbers.
Motion to accept, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
McConkey, seconded by
Cordelli.
If you're in favor of approving request number 34, signify by saying aye. McConkey, yes. Cordelli?
Yes.
Bucco?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
4-0.
Thank you. DPW, it is a request for 2023-35, $294. I will sign that we received it as it is under the threshold, and we have reviewed it. Any questions? That is the last one. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was very successful.
I think so. I think so.
I missed the banter from the whole delegation.
We would have only
It's not
gotten
over
a
yet.
third of the way through.
Banter is what it is.
All right, line item transfer is done. Any public comments?
I was gonna make some comments, but I'm gonna probably leave it alone because I think you guys have done a great job and there's another meeting that's gonna have to happen.
Yep.
More banter.
Thank you.
They're asking for public comment, I don't know if you have any or not.
No, Mama says if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything.
Thank you.
I was gonna use that line earlier.
Yeah, so I'll refrain this time.
Thank you.
We will adjourn the executive committee meeting, and as our last meeting of the delegation is still in recess.
2:16.
We have a, what, do we have a date for the next meeting?
2:16.
No.
A couple things we're waiting on.
Okay.
We have to wait on the sheriff's income, we have to wait on Will's thing,
Yeah.
and we have to wait on
Hales.
Hales. That's what it was.
So the Hales, I have Hales posted for February 16th. At the delegation to the board, so we can just post it on there.
No, as long as we have the postings
It was
ahead,
posted.
beautiful, then we'll have it at our next meeting.
Okay.
2:17.